喂，聲音畫面有冇問題 ？Is the visuals and audio okay? If everything is okay, please type a numeric 1 in the chat room. Oh, good morning, Gura. Good morning, Pestros. Yeah, happy birthday to Gura. Today is the birthday or the day when Gura landed. So, can everyone hear my voice and see my share screen? If everything is okay, please type the digit 1. Okay, let's start. Welcome to Weebearn, which helps you grow rich. We are a comprehensive money educational platform dedicated to nurture entrepreneurs, investors, and capitalists among secondary school students and anime lovers like us. Today is our third live streaming in means an Otaku money making channel, a platform designed to facilitate financial gain. In Chinese, 赌人賺錢台 make Otaku great again and make weebs rich again. In today's market reading AI Miscellaneous, we're going to share a A16's Z's successology wisdom. The money flow is the Moat. We'll briefly recap AWS Summit Hong Kong 2026 and its side event with AxBlade from Agentic AI to Physical AI. We're going to introduce an options flow money management methodology. And we're going to share the money management insights. So the initial segment of our discussion invites dialogue on data analysis related to savings as well as an examination of financial reports, macroeconomic indicators, technical aspects, and exchange benefits, thereby elucidating pathways to wealth creation and success. The subsequent portion centers on the money management opportunities brought about by next week's Micron financial report, the Bank of Japan BOJ's June rate hike, Japan carry risk ratio, and the yen commitment of traders COT positioning index, followed by the money management opportunities of Cloudflare and SaaS, software as a service. Furthermore, a brief overview of our financial education offerings within the metaverse, personal development courses, life advisory, and life coaching services offered by Weebearn. The Otaku money-making channel is provided. Additionally, we are going to introduce our United Empires of Otakus, also known as the Weebearn VTubers Alliance, a decentralized autonomous organization DAO focusing on supporting the development of aspiring virtual idols of the future generations. We encourage participation from interested secondary school students or teenagers looking to embark on a VTuber career. If you are a secondary school student and you are passionate about being a VTuber, join our Weebearn VTubers incubation program and auto agency. In the concluding supplementary insights into harness engineering and Bitcoin demonstration that were not discussed in the previous live streaming are provided, it is emphasized that we have systematically organized knowledge regarding the history, core methodologies, and practical experiences of this money management field, with particular attention given to the lessons gleaned from teams at OpenAI and Throughback and Stripe. So if we have time, we're going to try another pathway. Use called introduce AliceAI, a cross-market AI judgment aggregator, and some World Cup money management opportunities, and Alice Night. And again, let me share some links in our chat room. This is the summary of links that Weebearn I myself use for money management and for earning. So basically, I use these sites to use these tools to earn. And if you're interested in our community, please feel free to join our Discord. Quite like it. I think my connection is not too smooth. Please wait. Please maybe for a while.本內容講係個人分享，講參考只用，並不構成預約銷售之類人數係任何保證，亦不構成投資建議。專業意見，業務之外與香港推廣任何加碼貨幣投資嘅風險，投資標的價值可升可跌，個別不一定可預期中嘅表現。作出任何投資決定時，投資應參閱相關上市文件做風險評估，並諮詢專業意見。本內容無意整合所述證券或投資牽涉任何風險。本內容所述資料根據獨一無二可靠的資料來源編製，而該等資料來源未經獨立核證，故不會就本內容為準確性為原則，不需任何保證陳述或擔保。本內容無意向發發本內容即觸犯法例或拘留的司法權區或國家的任何人士或勢力派發，亦無意供該類人士或勢力使用。Okay, let's back to our live streaming. This broadcast represents the installment of a newly established series titled Reading Discussion or Dunian. the book is the book of the reader, signifying our reading group format oriented toward wealth creation literature. 獨撚讀書會actually this is our whole new live streaming series named as Reading Market AI Miscellaneous 閱讀市場 AI 集頭 and blending reading miscellaneous, market miscellaneous, and some investigation on the current AI development. 呢個係我哋一個全新嘅一個節目系列啦，就係呢個市場 AI 閱讀集頭。咁就會一次過滿足預習黃文嘅3個願望，就係結合獨撚讀書會獨撚咯，獨撚財智會客室、獨撚投研報告同埋獨撚玩 AI 一個新手上路嘅 AI 應用集談。The motivation behind initiating this reading series parallels the reasons for engaging with artificial intelligence topics. The recognition of a correlation between wealth and reading habits based on statistical studies, coupled with our market research revealing growth opportunities for reading discussions among peers within the VTuber industry. I acknowledge the importance of literature review in developing effective monetary strategies, reinforcing the necessity of standing on the shoulders of giants to uncover principles or strategies for financial success. We encourage audience engagement through likes, subscriptions, and shares, expressing a commitment to fostering a comprehensive wealth management educational platform aimed at nurturing capitalist entrepreneurs and financially successful individuals. If you enjoy this episode or program, please subscribe Weebearn on YouTube and share our videos with your friends and classmates interested in anime, macroeconomics, gaming, AI, cosplay, technology, and options trading. Recognizing that this is our first few times live streaming in English and acknowledging my limited proficiency in English, regarding some important money management concepts, I will recap in Chinese. References and bibliographies to pertinent financial literature, research reports, and thesis will also be shared in the comment section for collaborative reading on AI engineering documentation. 因為呢個係我哋頭幾次用英文直播咯，咁暫時個比例應該會係8成英文2成中文嘅。咁咪有啲乜嘢咧？就係有啲比較重要啲 critical 啲嘅理財嘅概念或者啲理財嘅知識，我會用英文我會用中文去重複啦。咁即係我會先英文講完一遍，咁跟住再同大家 highlight 下啲重點咁樣，咁亦都認知到我知道自己其實如果齋用英文 lecture 咁就唔係好純熟，咁所以都方便大家理解嘅。咁我哋今次個直播同樣都係會先講下啲同賺錢有關可以幫助到大家賺錢嘅一啲篇章咯。今日個網絡有啲問題，個鏡頭就冇問題，但係個網絡就好力，所以而家又要打一陣等個網絡恢復翻嚟。大家俾少少時間我。我唔知係夏天定咩原因，唔知點解突然間最近上網都有啲窒窒地咁樣。咁我哋首先就會分享 A12Z 一間好識得賺錢嘅機構啊。咁佢就講緊資金流就係個護城河，咁其實都同我哋之前嘅富人思維好接近咯。咁然後我哋會簡單 go through 一下近期 AWS Summit 同埋佢同 AxBlade 嘅一個 side event， 即係從代理式智能睇到呢個物理型 AI 咯。跟住我哋都會簡單介紹一個理財嘅 方法論框架啦，就係用期權嘅資金流嚟去做理財，然後會同大家分享下幾個嚟緊嘅一啲理財機會啊，包括下個星期 Micron 嘅財報，好似係24號，我記得24號出嘅財報，咁佢就會為我哋帶嚟一啲新嘅理財機遇啦。咁之後就係日本央行可能6月加息同埋所關係到嘅呢個利差套利呢個利差交易嘅一啲風險啊，咁就會用2個指標嚟去講下呢個市場上面嘅日本央行嘅利差交易嘅風險，然後即係講緊日本央行加息所帶嚟嘅利差交易嘅風險。跟住就係如果仲有時間剩嘅話，咁就會繼續接住翻上次未講完嗰篇 How to Generate from Code Internals to AI Coding Best Practices。簡單做翻 Bitcoin 同埋 AliceAI 嘅一啲 briefing 或者 demo。咁我哋呢個係一個全新嘅系列啦，就係一個 AI 閱讀市場雜談，咁就結合咗我哋過往導撚賺錢台嘅呢個導撚讀書會咯，即係閱讀個讀個導撚咯。咁仲有我哋嘅導撚財智會客室啦，一個我哋平時做開嘅一啲市場雜談嘅節目。咁同埋近排有時間嘅話，導撚都會分享下我平時喺揾一啲新嘅 AI 去玩嘅一啲生活術，咁包括我哋最近又裝咗呢個 Hermes Agent， 佢唔係哈密瓜手袋個，所以有時間我哋就裝一啲本地模型，咁就可以可以比較穩定咁可以用到呢個 Hermes Agent。咁佢係一個同你共同成長嘅一個 AI agent， 就好似導撚我哋咁樣，就好似我哋嘅導撚社群、導撚讀書導撚富人會咁樣。如果你係對動漫、對科技同埋 cosplay 有興趣，可以加入我哋嘅 Discord 群組。今日真係有啲啦。如果大家見到我突然間講下停咗，咁就我見到個網絡有啲問題，所以就等一等佢 reconnect 先繼續講。我唔知你哋嗰邊有冇見到好似突然間會窒咗幾樣。咁我哋係一個專門培養企業家、資本家同投資者嘅一個平台啊，就係一個我哋主要就係一個面向中學生同埋動漫迷同好嘅一個理財教育嘅一個節目咁樣。呢度係。In the beginning of our reading Miscellaneous live streaming, I want to share with you my gut feeling and some investment philosophies regarding how to respond proactively in this unpredictable market environment. We transition part of our focus actually from cryptocurrency to TradFi, in particular commodities and US equity research in the recent year. Although I have previously engaged with both markets with varying emphasis, for fundamentals analysis, I believe it is essential to seek positions in areas with high liquidity, deep market depth, and to focus more on funding hotspots, rather than merely hitting trends in social media platforms. Topics that are over-discussed on social media should be avoided for long-term investors. One must identify genuinely high beta stocks in the market and develop a clear understanding of the overall logic behind one's own position, including the rationale for entry and the reasons for establishing exit points or some take profits or stop outs. For those inclined towards long-term investments, it may be worthwhile to access the production RAM of NVIDIA's Rubin, and identify key components that have not yet garnered significant interest. Yet, sentiment analysis over the social media context may remain serving as an exit signal. In particular, if you spot that the heat or discussion around SpaceX or over some meme stocks is diminishing, you may consider that as an exit for short-term momentum trades. Similarly, regarding a postulated meme coin of the official mascot of Bitcoin Asia, Bao, if you see some official announcement disclaiming connection between the meme coin and official sources, then you should probably consider selling it without official backup. 咁呢度就係講緊我哋並可以單純咁去追逐一個市場熱度。咁當然我哋會研究一啲社交媒體平台同埋研究一啲迷因幣嘅討論熱度都仲係有佢嘅價值。咁佢可以作為你嘅一個其中一個出場嘅信號啦，我會話。咁我哋喺最近就喺度揾社群嗰度，咁就分享咗一隻假説嘅一個假定一個 Bitcoin Asia 官方嘅一個唔係假定一個 Bitcoin Asia 吉祥物嘅一個相關嘅 meme coin 啦，叫做寶寶咯。咁我而家會 copy 一下佢嘅地址出嚟。如果大家見到我突然間講下停咗，咁就係個網絡可能有啲延遲，所以我就等咗 reconnect 先繼續講。咁我而家已經 copy 咗個地址喺呢個 chat room 度。咁我啱先講緊嘅就係，如果你見到let's say 本身大家討論得好旺盛嘅 SpaceX 或者啲 meme 幣meme stocks 一啲迷因股，突然間個討論熱度開始衰減啦，即係出現咗一個見頂嘅信號，I mean 一個情緒面嘅見頂信號。又或者如果你突然間見到呢一隻 meme coin 啦，呢隻叫做寶寶包包嘅吉祥物，咁如果官方 Bitcoin Asia 佢出咗官宣同呢隻迷因幣撇清關係，咁你都要及時去沽出佢。咁所以社交媒體平台嘅情緒面分析或者一啲rap scraping， 咁佢可以作為你嘅一個出場信號。咁但係我哋作為長期投資嘅話，我哋就需要好似先天下之憂而憂，先天下之樂而樂咁樣領先成個市場去做定一啲功課。Additionally, it is advisable that while retail investors often possess certain psychological tendencies that lead them to seek out individuals who appear to never make mistakes. However, such individuals do not exist. Only fraudsters may falsely present themselves in this manner. Therefore, one must critically discern who possesses genuine expertise you should always try to conduct experiment with your in your own, do your own research, which means use your own money and testify your hypothesis in this market。你經常都需要即係有啲人會成日追求一啲聖言或者聖人，好似永遠唔會犯錯咁樣。咁但係實際上從來冇輸過錢或者從來冇犯錯過嘅人係唔存在嘅。even 你話 Warren Buffett 咁，佢可能好早大週期，咁佢其實都有出現過浮虧啦，亦都有佢認為自己誤判過嘅情況，例如佢買佢而家呢間巴郡嗰陣，咁都出現過啲早期嘅風波。咁所以我啱啱講嘅係，大家應該要有一個勇於試錯嘅精神，即係於理財而言， 最好就係真金白銀攞抌錢落去呢個市場嗰度驗證自己嘅假説。I feel particularly in this era, if one does not effectively capitalize on the current AI revolution, they may face scrutiny from their children for years, questioning why they did not achieve success during a time when even basic literacy provided numerous opportunities to benefit from the most significant industrial upgrading. It is vital to contemplate this scenario and maximize the value of the present moment, rather than approach life as a mere game. The fact that those who have genuinely committed to cryptocurrency, such as builders and mining enterprises, have all undergone transformation. There are virtually none who have not speaks volume about the necessity of adaptation. 咁好多人就會認為啦，AI 可能會係人類最後一個發明，或者係普通人最後一個翻身嘅賺錢機會。咁如果我哋唔好好把握住而家呢一個AI 呢個工業革命去好好創業啦，或者用 AI 嚟做我哋嘅投資嘅話，咁20年後之後我哋嘅小朋友啦，咁就會怪責我哋啦。點解大家當年明明只要好好學好 AI 去做一個 AI 原生嘅一人公司就可以翻身，可以躍升到階層，你唔做，咁其實個情況就好類比上兩代人啦。即係好多人會話點解啲老兩三輩，特別係一啲大陸改革中國大陸佢可能改革開發前，咁求其喺深圳買套房做包租公包租婆已經發到達啦。咁而家嘅一啲成年人，佢哋會怪責佢哋老一兩輩當年冇好好努力啦。個情況其實就係如果你而家唔把AI 或者Web3 呢一啲暴利嘅機會，咁可能未來下一代都會怪責你even 係一個咁內卷化嘅時代點解唔力爭上游去捕捉一啲投資嘅機會，或者做一個 AI 原生嘅一人公司，一個 OPC。Real alpha, in my perspective, can be discerned through significant movements in options, as they effectively indicate capital flow. For instance, a substantial change in implied volatility, or its IV rank amid stable stock prices reveals aspects yet unnoticed by the whole market, highlighting them as focal points for attention. Engaging in purely investment research without financial context might result in insights that are somewhat premature. Being one step ahead can yield profits, but being 10 steps ahead may not. As we have highlighted the risk of rate hike in the last live streaming. What we're talking about is the rate hike in US. But in this live stream, we're also going to talk about the rate hike in Japan. 一個真正嘅超額報酬，咁佢就會嚟自於你先洞察到一啲成個大市冇留意到嘅一啲全新嘅資訊咯，有可能係一啲引伸波幅嘅引流波動率嘅一個突然間嘅變動啦。咁但係個現貨個底層標的資產嘅價格仲未點變，咁呢個其實就係一個潛在嘅聰明錢信號，或者一個即係如果你見到期權有一啲資金嘅移動嘅話，咁佢可能就係一啲好識賺錢嘅人，佢係趁個大市仲未意識到嘅時候已經佈局定一啲賺錢嘅操作。So we believe it is vital to pay attention to the opportunities presented by each decline in the big market, in the US stock market, for example. While most of us recognize that bubbles exist, they are manageable, and bubbles exist within a phase of deflation. Each downtrend represents an opportunity. regardless of any technical indicators employed, such as EMA 7, EMA 12, 20. It is crucial to cherish each decline as it represents a genuine opportunity to accumulate more positions and realize significant results. 每一次嘅回調，每一次嘅熊市，尤其係你講大盤啊，或者美股或者 crypto 嘅熊市，其實都係一個俾散戶、俾普通人抄底入市嘅一個好時機啦。The core strategy of a money flow positioning involves the principles that numerous leading firms throughout history have achieved profitability by being integrated within the flow of money, which entails facilitating the creation and transfer of value within networks, and consequently extracting a share from this process. The greater the fluidity of value. Let me share the bibliography of this A16Z article. It's written by one of A16's connection. It's shared by Jason Rosenthal. So let me share our references in the chat room so that the audience you may take a look at the article with us together. Jason Rosenthal is one of the operating partner of A16Z, and he has 25 years working on frontier tech, 2x CEO. And he shares with us that the money flow is the 資金流就係個護城河。The inherent the core strategy of money flow positioning involves the principle that numerous leading firms throughout the history have achieved profitability by being integrated within the flow of money, which entails facilitating the creation and transfer of value within networks. 即係個關鍵就係喺價值嘅創造同傳遞喺一個網絡之中，喺一啲網絡入邊，當幻想好似一個電路入邊電流傳遞佢嘅能量咁樣咯。咁歷史上面一啲真正好成功揾到錢嘅嘢，佢都係喺一個現金流入面。And consequently extracting a share from this process. The greater the fluidity of value, the more substantial the scale of the enterprise. Cryptocurrency represents the first modern technology that is intrinsically designed for this purpose, utilizing stablecoins to enable global, real-time, and programmable value transfer, thereby offering startups an open trajectory and transparent unit economic models. 即加密貨幣其實就係世界上第一個原先就設計好為創造價值、傳達價值而設計嘅一個區塊鏈應用，咁就係用crypto 嚟去揾去一啲全球實時同埋可編程嘅一個價值轉換咯，價值傳遞。然後blockchain 佢就俾到我哋初創啦一啲 startup 一個公開嘅軌道，可以有一個透明嘅單位經濟模型。而呢個如果有時間嘅話，我本身諗住聽日講，就係會 review 翻今年2026年網絡資本市場呢個 Internet Capital Markets 嘅發展 ，especially on Solana chain. It's written by Tiger Research. Another quite successful money-making company. 另一間都算係好出色嘅賺錢公司啊，就係老虎頭研。The inherent advantage of blockchain lies in its network effect characteristics, operating essentially as a network-based enterprise, where each transaction settles on a shared ledger, and every new Every new participant strengthens the same foundational infrastructure. Founders like we can directly inherit the effects of the network rather than having to build from scratch. Furthermore, network tokens, like native tokens, augment alignment mechanisms, ensuring that users, developers, and validators collectively benefit from the network growth, with revenues accruing to participants, thereby creating a positive feedback loop. Opportunities for marginal compression in TradFi, traditional finance, are significant, as conventional financial services are burdened with high margins, exemplified by Visa's 2 to 3% transaction fees and remittance charges reaching 6 to 9%. Cryptocurrencies have the potential to reduce costs, enhance liquidity, and expand market size, akin to the success of Stripe and Square in the payment sector. Founders should seek out the highest points of marginal extraction, constructing revenue models that can simultaneously expand in accordance with value growth. The scope of these opportunities extends beyond finance, branching into areas such as computation, GPU usage, AI training datasets, energy, and robotics. These markets often lack established pathways and intermediaries, allowing for the direct construction of money flow. Businesses based on programmable infras. Founders ought to pose the question, are they integrated within the money flow? When the value of product activities increases tenfold, does revenue likewise experience proportional growth? So we Weebearn hope that everyone can adapt to the current precarious market environment and navigate challenges effectively. This week, the cryptocurrency market experienced initial weakness, influenced by inflationary pressures and interest rates, leading Bitcoin BTC to drop to around 61,000 and Ethereum ETH to approximately $1,600. However, as the market's risk aversion sentiment subsided, both cryptocurrencies exhibited a rebound over the weekend, with BTC recovering to now 63,444 and Ethereum to approximately 1,600, I think. Now it's 1,700 even. However, as the market's risk thereby reflecting a corrective trend following significant declines. So in terms of capital flows, BTC Exchange Traded Funds ETF saw outflows of approximately 300 million, I think. Let me open the dashboard. So can you see the ETF? So in the previous week, there is a net outflow of $226.84 million US dollars for BTC spot ETF, while ETH ETF experienced a net outflow of 10.05 million. Although there are instances of capital inflows on certain days, I think within the 16th of June and the 15th of June, these were insufficient to reverse the overall trend of net outflows observed throughout the week and even the previous month, indicating a continuing conservative stance from institutional investors. The price recovery this week was primarily attributed to an improvement in market sentiment rather than a comprehensive return of ETF purchasing activity. And on the macroeconomic front, although inflation is rising, a decrease in geopolitical risk has facilitated a short-term rebound. In the United States, the Consumer Price Index CPI for May showed a year-over-year increase of 4.2%, as mentioned in our previous live streaming, while the Producer Price Index PPI surged by 6.5%, with rising energy prices leading to expectations that the Federal Reserve will remain maintain elevated interest rates, thereby suppressing cryptocurrency assets midweek. Nevertheless, following a preliminary peace agreement reached on 15th of June between the US and Iran, oil prices, yields on US Treasury bonds, and the dollar all experienced declines, resulting in a swift improvement in market risk appetite, and consequently driving more significant rebounds in BTC and ETH. The CoinGlass Fear and Greed Index recorded a score of 19. Or maybe let me share the screen again so that you may also look at the data with us. So I think BTC is planning to close with a inverted hammer or shooting star candlestick pattern. Here you may see that the Fear and Greed Index is now 24. 24 is within the fear zone. Yet it has rebounded slightly. While the crypto market caps Fear and Greed Index, CMC Fear and Greed Index is hosted by CoinMarketCap is 20, same as yesterday. So it's still within the fear zone, and BTC dominance is around 60%. You may view it from the chart of BTC point D in trading view. It's 58.94%, yeah, around 60%. And the trend in BTC accumulation scores indicates that following the decline between 60,000, there has been a significant rebound, with the indicator color intensifying rapidly, suggesting that capital is beginning to enter the market for bottom fishing. And a review over the past 6 months of the bear market shows that the indicator turned yellow at various peaks and subsequently transitioned into a distribution phase, reflecting a clear pattern. The sustainability of the current rebound remains to be observed. So we prefer waiting for a further decline below the previous low, entering the deep bear valuation bottom fishing zone as a more favorable condition for a bottom formation, where we may seek some value investment opportunities. Should the indicator turn yellow again, it will be interpreted as a sign that the rebound is nearing its conclusion. And let's see the fundraising data as well. From with data. Here we may see how other successful producers 一啲其他嘅生產者佢哋嘅融資數據，當然係一啲開始成功嘅生產者，希望過到第一階段，佢先至即係企業成長過第一階段，佢先至攞到呢啲融資啊，然後喺透明嘅去中心化世界，大家都可以睇到佢哋。賺到嘅錢啦，咁例如 Realize Protocol 咁就係 BNB chain， Realize Protocol is built upon BNB chain， Let me give a brief overview. Digital Asset has accomplished a funding round totaling $3.55 billion. The round was led by A16Z Crypto, with participation from the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority subsidiary, Apollo Global Management, BNP Paribas, Body Securities, Castle Securities, CME Ventures, and Coinbase Ventures. El Dorado, EI Dorado, a end-to-end point-to-point crypto wallet, founded in 2020. A cross-border payment application serving Latin America has successfully secured 900 $9 million in Series A funding, with Paradigm leading the investment and Coinbase Ventures and Verda Ventures also participating. MetaPlanet Securities has recently announced its acquisition of the Japanese brokerage firm Cboe Securities Co. Limited for 13 million $13 million. So this is a M&A merger and acquisition earnings saver 係一個收購嘅儲蓄with Paradigm leading equivalent to 21 billion yen and intends to rename the firm as MetaPlanet Securities. 咁佢個拼購就係大概210億日元，咁就會打算將間公司改名做MetaPlanet Securities. The decentralized futures exchange, PerpStax MNX, has achieved 6.466. I mean this one pre-seed as pre-seed round， 即係種子輪再之前就係 pre 種子輪，都係一個去中心化嘅期貨合約嘅交易所，叫 PerpStax achieved $6.4 million even in pre-seed, with a valuation of $60 million, led by Village Global, supported by Cambrian and North Island Ventures, among others. Lars, a former trader in traditional finance structured derivatives, co-founded TVL Capital, which has successfully raised $500 to launch on-chain structured products called Chain Traded Products (CTPs), positioned as on-chain equivalent to Exchange Traded Products (ETPs). 即係啲鏈上嘅結構性產品開始有，其實好多嘢都係將一啲傳統 TradFi 傳統金融嘅理財產品整數打上鏈啦，而家開始個趨勢。咁就係一個喺鏈上面交易嘅一啲產品，一啲結構性產品叫做 CTP， 又叫Exchange Traded Products ETP。The price of Bitcoin has decreased to approximately 60,000 in the early week, with escalating losses impacting recent purchases and impacting short-term holders. 就主要係一啲短期嘅投資人虧損。However, indicators of enhanced liquidity reinforce passive bidding, and the steadiness of ETF investors imply that the market may be approaching a stabilization point. 咁翻返去頭先呢個 ETF 數據呢度，佢雖然仲係淨流出，但係佢有所減緩。Although there is still some net outflow, the ETF outflow has can be considered slightly better than last week's condition. Currently, Bitcoin is trading at around 15% deficit relative to the true market mean of 77,200. confirming that the on-chain environment is firmly aligned with bear market conditions. Despite the recent post-ceasefire uptrend and the decline in geopolitical risk, the short-term holder market value to realized value (MVRV) has risen from 0.81 to 0.9, but remains below the break-even point of 1. The 3-day MA simple moving average SMA of the realized profit or loss ratio, now at 0.53, indicates that this loss realization continues to dominate capital dynamics. Some sentiments of capitulation. Over a 98-day period, there's 1/4 year, the realized capitalization has contracted by 1.45% to reach 1.07 trillion, although a near stalling of the 7-day change at negative 0.18% suggests potential for a positive shift. Notably, indicators for positive 90-day growth and recovery towards the true market mean must be met to signal a viable transition towards a pre-bull phase. Spot liquidity conditions have shown improvement with the return of passive bid depth after Bitcoin's decline, which reduces dependence on aggressive purchases, active buyers, and implies efficient absorption of selling pressure. 就開始有啲被動嘅買單、被動嘅 bid 單湧現出嚟，開始去吸收之前嘅拋壓。Despite a subdued open interest, substantial passive bids are succeeding in contracting supply as aggressive selling diminishes, indicating a patient class of buyers is starting to support the market around the current price level。即係一啲有耐性嘅開始喺現價附近嘅一啲價位度吸收。Both implied volatility has sharply normalized, while realized volatility is on the rise。即係引伸波幅就開始趨向穩定，但係已實現嘅歷史波幅，歷史波動率就仍然喺度上升緊。Contributing to a move of the volatility risk premium into negative territory， 即係呢個波動率嘅風險溢酬進入緊一個負值嘅區域。Additionally, the skew has retracted from its recent height, reflecting a significant reduction in the demand for downside protection。即係如果我哋睇third central moment， 即係三階嘅中心動量嘅話咧，嗰個期權嘅偏度開始從佢近期嘅高位回落。咁呢個亦都係對下行風險保護嘅需求減弱，即係資金開始冇咁需要對價格嘅下行波動率做hedging 做對沖。The downturn in Bitcoin from May to June can be attributed to a geopolitical premium environment. In the first 3 weeks of the previous month, Bitcoin's price fell approximately 22% in the first 3 weeks, from 77,000 to a low of 6,000, while crude oil maintained prices above 90, and gold captured interest as a safe haven asset. The announcement of the US-Iran peace agreement on 14th of June rapidly altered the market. Oil saw a decline from $86 to $76, depleting gold's safe haven premium. Bitcoin then consolidated its recovery back into the 65 to 67,000 range that previously lost. This significant dip in oil prices overshadows Bitcoin and gold, reflecting that the geopolitical and energy premiums that had previously constrained risk assets are now dissipating, potentially triggering a favorable environment for Bitcoin as capital shifts back toward risky assets. Currently positioned below the market mean, the easing of geopolitical risk due to the recent peace agreement enables a re-examination of Bitcoin's position within its cyclical rhythm. The TMM, true market mean, a critical metric denoting the average acquisition price of actively traded coins sits at 77,200 approximately, 15% above the spot price of around 66,000, replacing the market within a noticeable discount territory. The price briefly approached its mean at the mid-May peak, but experienced substantial correction thereafter. Although a recent uptick followed a price bounce, the on-chain indicators remain entrenched in bear territory, with an abrupt recovery of the true market mean necessary to contemplate a shift towards a possibly pre-bull transition. The enduring bearish sentiment, indicated by the persistent discount relative to the true market mean, leads to inquiry about the recent recovery from early June lows from the perspective of new market entrants. The short-term holder MVRV indexes the unrealized profits or loss of coins transferred within the past 155 days, with a break-even of 1.0 for this indicator. Last week, this metric was at 0.83, suggesting that new buyers were substantially at a loss. Following the price increase, it has improved to 0.9 but remains beneath the critical break-even threshold, as the as the implied cost basis is near 70,600. Recent investors are approximately 10% in loss on average. Although the recent price increase provided some relief, it has not sufficed to return this group to profitability, a prerequisite for a sustainable departure from bear condition. Thus, until the STH MVRV recovers to 1.0, this group continues to be a significant source of overhead supply during any recovery efforts. Further supporting the bearish market framing is the overall profit bias in market profitability, which affirms that the recent rally failed to elevate STH MVRV back above break-even 呢個短期投資人、短期持有者嘅 MVRV。The realized profit or loss ratio, profit over loss ratio, which assesses the value of coins transacted for profit against those sold at a loss, presently showcases a ratio of 1.10 over a 90-day SMA, considerably below its 4-year average and only marginally above the neutral line of 1.0. However, the 30-day SMA indicates a more significant trend at 0.53. Thus, throughout most of the prior month, loss realization has overwhelmingly overtaken profit taking. 大多數人係止蝕多過止盈喺而家呢個市場環境。The current state where the 90-day SMA is near 1.0 while the 30-day reports 0.53 underscores a capital flow structure consistent with bear market conditions. A consistent advance of both SMA in metrics towards a bullish threshold exceeding 2 would serve as an initial tangible indicator of a shift in underlying market sentiment. Assessing market profitability through the realized profit to loss ratio provides partial insight. The scale of the distribution completes the narrative. The realized capitalization, reflecting the cumulative cost basis of all circulating coins. 以實現市值就係所有目前流通緊嘅代幣嘅成本嘅基數。Has reached 1.07 trillion, seeing a contraction of 1.45% over the past 90 days, with a 30-day change at negative 1.39%. This signals a persistent capital drain within the cycle, rather than a singular acute withdrawal. A marginally positive sign in the recent rally is evident in a 70-day change near negative 0.18%, indicating that capital outflows have begun to stabilize. Nonetheless, the decline in realized capitalization confirms previous bearish interpretations based on valuation and flow parameters, categorizing the market as entrenched in deep bear state where both the valuation discount and capital flow patterns occur. 咁你從佢估值嘅折價同埋資金流嘅特徵咧，佢仍然處於一個深紅嘅階段，深紅嘅執政。The specific and measurable conditions needed for considering a legitimate transition to a pre-bull market phase include reclaiming the true market mean close to 77 to 77,200, pushing the short-term holder MVRV about 1, and a positive shift in realized capitalization over a 90-day timeline. After the price dropped towards the 60,000 threshold, conditions in the spot markets have started to improve. The Binance spot order book depth imbalance demonstrates a decisive shift favoring buy orders. 即係一個幣安佢嘅訂單冇深度不平衡，就係傾向於有買方嘅訂單多 ，with buy-side liquidity overpowering resting sell orders. This represents the most significant margin witnessed in several months. Such a dynamic indicates an increasing trend tendency among market participants to position for absorbing supply at reduced price levels instead of providing liquidity during price surges. Despite the intrinsic volatility of order book liquidity, this shift denotes a notable divergence from the sell-side dominance observed during this recent decline. Historically, a sustained preference for buy-side orders has coincided with market stabilization periods, since stronger buy walls contribute to price support and enhance the market's capacity for absorbing additional selling pressure. Although this alone cannot substantiate a durable bottom, the presence of robust buy-side depth suggests an inclination among participants to safeguard current pricing levels. Open interest remained elevated at the peak of this recent range through late May, facilitating a climb to local market high. When the price dipped in early June, both spot cumulative volume delta CVD and future CVD decreased concurrently, reflecting a more executed by genuine market participants rather than a simplistic liquidation of long positions. Open interest significantly diminished from its peak, confirming a genuine delivery rate. Funding rates have oscillated near zero, indicating neither an extensive long premium nor an aggressive short bust. Since this decline, open interest OI has exhibited a minimal recovery, thereby causing a modest rise in futures CVD, and that implies only faint demand. Spot CVD has also followed suit, remaining flat or declining. This indication supports the activity of passive bids absorbing supply below the current spread. A consistent re-establishment of an increasing spot CVD will suggest that genuine buyers are eager to engage rather than remaining patient at lower bids. If this scenario aligns with a concurrent uptrend in muted futures metrics, the outcome would signal a constructive market with both flow dynamics aligned positively. In regard to implied volatility, the severe repricing initiated by Bitcoin's dip beyond its multi-month range is going as the spot price stabilizes around 65,000, in recovery from June's low range. The front end experienced the most pronounced adjustments, with 1 week and the monthly implied volatility dropping from over 65% to around 35%, while 1 month tenor decreased from approximately 50% to 35%. Maturities extending 6 months saw more gradual declines from about 44% to 41%. This decline is indicative of a market gaining confidence in the prevailing market conditions. Despite Bitcoin's rebound from the near 60,000 low to close to 67,000, demand for optionality has waned across maturities as traders unwind the protective premiums built during the preceding decline. The shock from volatility has largely been absorbed, with options markets progressively retracting the premiums formerly priced in during the recent turmoil. Following the normalization of implied volatility, 即係呢個引伸波幅嘅正常嘅歸一化。The relationship between implied and realized volatility has undergone substantial change throughout the preceding week. 1 month implied volatility has diminished from near 47% to 35%, while realized volatility has risen throughout, increasing from approximately 27% to 42%. Consequently, the volatility risk premium has contracted sharply, transitioning from a double-digit premium earlier in June to negative territory. This shift illustrates that the volatility premium amassed during the downturn has steadily unwound. with the current realized probability exceeding implied volatility. The correlation between these markets has fully reserved from earlier conditions observed in this month. The transition to a negative volatility risk premium suggests that option markets anticipate a more placid environment compared to what the recent price activity denotes. Following the inversion of in the volatility risk premium, skew offers insight into how demand for directional protection has shifted since the recent downturn. Since skewness is assessed as the difference between put volatility and call volatility, positive values signify that puts are trading at a premium in current comparison to corresponding calls. Demand for downside protection surged earlier this month, leading to a peak one-week skew near 30%, with the one-week candle climbing about 24% as traders sought to hedge against the downturn toward June's low. That demand has subsequently diminished, with the one-week skew reverting to around 13%, and the one-month tenor declining to approximately 14%. Longer-dated assets have normalized as well, with the 3 and 6-month tenors now trading around 13% and 11% respectively. Although the demand for protection remains heightened compared to levels preceding the downturn, the acute rush for downside hedging has largely abated alongside market stabilization. Beyond pricing and sentiment, gamma exposure 呢個二階嘅option grids 即係 partial square 呢個期權價格 partial square partial I square, wherein the largest negative gamma region is centered around 68,000, with additionally short gamma exposure extending between 66,000 and 71,000. Presently, Bitcoin is trading near 67,000, placing it just beneath the primary concentration of short gamma. Positive gamma exposure is situated significantly higher in the high 70s, indicating Bitcoin remains distance from areas of stabilizing dealer positioning. As the demand for protection normalizes, dealer position retains concentration above the current spot price, emphasizing a notable negative gamma concentration around 68%. While Bitcoin persists in a corrective phase, notable shifts in market characteristics are becoming apparent. Although profitability has declined with increasing realized losses and heightened pressure on recent buyers, short-term holders, several indicators signal a transition from forced selling towards stabilization. Improvements in liquidity conditions alongside a revitalization of spot order books and engagement from passive investors provide a foundation for potential optimism. Concurrently, ETF holders exhibit a comparatively strong commitment, although slightly net outflow still, extending their holding times instead of vehemently minimizing exposure. Cautious stances persist across options market, where demand for downside protection remains, although volatility forecasts have moderated from earliest extremes. Consequently, the current market landscape is characterized by fragility, but increasingly fortified by patient capital. The ability of Bitcoin to establish a sustainable floor at these pricing levels will likely hinge on whether enhancements in liquidity and target accumulation can outweigh the prevailing challenges relating to profitability and broader risk sentiments. 就正如我之前所講，就係 even 你唔係用期權理財，我覺得期權嘅數據佢亦都好值得大家喺做理財決策嘅時候參考。So even if you are not using options derivatives to manage your money on your own by yourself, options delta, option grids and option data in general worth considering when you make your money management decision. On like I said, the peace agreement on 14th of June between the United States and Iran triggered a rebound. Michael Saylor suggested continued purchases in a post on 12th of June. He stated, still adding dots, leading to market expectations of a new buying announcement in the coming week. MicroStrategy MSTR closes at 124 around, reaching a post-market peak of 124.39 with continued buying interest. Analysts maintain a bullish long-term outlook. BTIG reaffirmed a buy recommendation with a target price of 250, while benchmarks Mark Palmer upheld a 705 target based on projected holdings by the end of 2026. Additionally, TD Cowen retained a 400 target, with Saylor reiterating his never-selling coin stance. Risks associated with the leverage structure persist under the higher-for-longer stance of Walsh Fed. The interest cost for strategy convertible bonds remain high, representing the predominant concern during the rebound. Since BTC is still below its 75,700 book cost, the key influencers include BTC's ability to maintain above 65,000 or even above the true market mean, Saylor signals for continued purchases, and Walsh first FOMC interest rate guidance on the 17th of June. Let me open the first FOMC. Yeah, you may actually review the interest rate on FedWatch. It's quite a common tool for macro money management analysis. The MSTR Class A common stock is the most frequently traded stock in the market, providing 1 vote per share and directly tracking BTC holdings with a leverage effect, while the STRC preferred stock features an annualized dividend of about 11.5% only, serving as the primary financing tool for strategy. It lacks voting rights and is prioritized in liquidation over common stock. It has recently become the main funding source for BTC purchases, accounting for 97% this week. The dual-class equity structure aims to protect Saylor's long-term control of the company, mitigating a risk of deviating from the BTC accumulation strategy due to short-term shareholder pressure, akin to the founder share structure of Berkshire Hathaway (BRKA) 即好似巴郡咁樣，佢都係保護返創辦人佢嘅公司嘅控制權個權力。The peace agreement on 14th of June has spurred a rebound and the reopening of the strait with a corresponding drop of approximately 4 to 5% in oil prices increased risk appetite, benefiting Coinbase Coin as the leading exchange amidst expected recovery in trading volume. Regarding the expansion of the X402 AI payment protocol, Coinbase will extend the X402 protocol to support payments in any ERC20 token, enabling AI agents to transact with any token. AI bot identity verification tools supported by Sam Altman's work have joined the X402 protocol. 之後你之前讀緊同大家介紹嗰個手機賺錢 app 呢個 WorldCoin 咯，都參加埋 X02 嗰度協定。Strengthening the narrative around AI agents in the economy. A profit-sharing model of 50% for USDC, the established base L2 ecosystem, and a consecutive 13 quarters of positive EBITDA continue to act as a core defense core bolt against shrinking trading volumes during the bear market. Trading volume recovery accompanied by the BTC rebound, the narrative surrounding the X202 protocol and AI agents, and the legislative progress of the Clarity Act are the main key influencers for the Coinbase price. The exodus from ETF over the past 5 weeks suggests waning institutional momentum. Hawkish signals at the FOMC on 17th of June may disrupt the current rebound. While also benefiting from the peace agreement, increased risk appetite is anticipated to revitalize on-chain transaction volume and payment demand for USDC, supporting the valuation recovery of Circle CRCL. Ongoing legislative battles over the Clarity Act led by Diamond, the banking industry opposes the stablecoin reward provisions, with the voting process in the full chamber considered the most significant catalyst for the medium term. The target for a signature by 14th of July remains viable, yet ethical provisions remain contentious, considering structural fundamentals考慮一啲結構性基本面 in Q1. On-chain transaction volume reached 21.5 trillion, an annual increase of 263%, with USDC circulating at 77 billion and the launch of the Arc blockchain ecosystem, providing a comprehensive long-term narrative. The voting process for the full chamber regarding the Clarity Act, the expansion of the USDC payment network, and the reserve interest differential model, highly sensitive to interest rates, are the key influencers for the Circle Internet Group. The reserve yield heavily relies on interest rate and should on-chain data shows that wallets associated with Andreessen Horowitz, also AE16Z, withdrew 88,350 HYPE tokens, approximately 6.4 million on the day, bringing their year-to-date holdings to approximately 7.335 million tokens, approximately 340 million. Reports indicate that the address average holding cost is approximately 46.46, currently showing a floating profit of nearly 193 million, demonstrating the institution's contrarian accumulation of HYPE amid market panic. And the altcoin spot selling pressure hits the 5-year high. According to CryptoCoin reports that all altcoins, excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum, known as the Total 3, have seen net selling for 15 consecutive months since the second half of 2025, with this week's buy-to-sell volume gap reaching its lowest point in 5 years. Analysts point out that this round of selling pressure is not traditional buying on dips, but rather sustained selling pressure, suggesting a significant contraction in market risk appetite. Renowned short seller Michael Burr questions SpaceX valuation again, as he stated he is considering shorting the newly listed SpaceX, but believes option prices are too high and hasn't placed an order yet. 就係有位大空頭Michael Burry， 即係應該大家都熟悉嘅，之前一位好知名嘅做空嘅有錢人啊。咁不過呢度其實都想同大家警告一下，就係佢啱啱講咗期權價格好貴，同埋就係看空不做空嗰度嘅even if you are bearish you may not go for a short， 即係你乜嘢都唔做，其實就已經係看空。咁同埋唔好同 Elon Musk 作對。There is a saying that never go against Elon Musk. So it comes from a simple logic in Hong Kong society. Never be the counterparty of Li Ka-shing. So Li Ka-shing is a rich person in Hong Kong, and many people who attempted to be his counterparty suffered from heavy losses, including Foul Tom purchasing the central the center the center a building in Hong Kong 即之前有啲人就話唔好同李嘉誠作對，就係因為歷史上做李嘉誠對手盤嘅人好多都輸得好慘，咁包括之前湯文亮 file 湯啊，咁可想而知如果你同世界首富 Elon Musk 作對so from this you can tell that if you go against Elon Musk if you become his counterparty when Elon Musk earn $1 trillion you may lose $1 trillion 咁如果你以同等資金同 Elon Musk 作對，當 Elon Musk 賺1兆美元嘅時候，你就會輸1兆美元。So this is just a correlation meme. 同埋而家嘅賣權都係貴嘅，即係個期權價格嗰個volatility， 引伸波幅貴咁就期權價就貴。The price of option is high due to high implied volatility. Crypto quant analyst Dark Frost points out that the average cost of mining Bitcoin is currently around 76,000, while the market price is only around 67,000, leaving most miners operating at a loss and forced to sell. The decline in computing power led to a significant reduction in difficulty, and miners, after covering their selling pressure, still face considerable loss pressure. 即係講緊依家好似有個停機價，呢個礦工嘅掘礦個成本已經要去到7萬幾美蚊，但係現價仲係67000美金。咁所以好多礦工就開始轉型去做其他賺錢嘅操作。And according to Galaxy Research, the mining difficulty in the previous weekend drastically dropped by 10.09%. At the botching high 953 568 from 198.96 trillion down to 124.93 trillion, and this is the 11th largest drawdown on the blockchain network history. 呢個係區塊鏈歷史上比特幣網絡歷史上第11大嘅礦工掘礦難度嘅修正。This 10.09% drawdown make the active productivity of each unit of computing power increased by around 11%. Pushing the hash price 現貨算力價格back to the petahash back to $30 back to over $30 per petahash 每拍下起30 U 以上。And according to check on chain difficulty regression model, up to last week, in the previous week, the predicted average cost of production was around $84,000 US。即係去到上個星期嗰陣，比特幣嘅平均生產成本係$84,000，即係所以而家現價已經係低過嗰個停機價，咁係賺唔到錢嘅啲礦工。咁我哋之後會同大家講下礦工點樣轉型去做一啲數據中心啦，一啲雲端數據中心去理財。In our later sessions, we're going to talk about how Bitcoin miners can transition their business to operate some cloud data centers for money management。即係如果你整出嚟嘅嘢仲平過你成本價，咁你窒都生產係冇意思啊！即係平過你生產成本嘅喎，好似麵包如果平過麵粉咁，當然就冇人會去生產啲麵包出嚟。Let us take a break for around 5 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to briefly recall recap the AWS Summit and its side event with AxBlade. Hello, can you hear me? Is the voice and audio okay? Probably the camera has outflow, I think. Is it? Maybe let me shut down the camera and turn on it again. And while we are waiting for the camera to reactivate, let's continue with some macroeconomic money management skills news, I think. So according to Humanity Token Hack, according to tokenomics, the decentralized identity project Humanity suffered a private key theft. Hackers locked at least 17 wallets, stealing over 32 million and minting an additional 100 million H tokens, approximately worth 11 million US dollars. Okay, now the camera should be okay, I think. Yeah, should be fine. On the BNB chain, exacerbating selling pressure. According to tokenomics, approximately 266 million H tokens, worth approximately 28 million US dollars, will be unlocked on 25th of June, and investors should be wary of potential supply shocks. Next, according to Citadel Securities Strategies, Citadel Securities Strategies warned that the US invasion remains stubborn. Rising oil prices due to the Middle East situation, coupled with strong wage growth and the AI investment boom, will push up prices. Citadel analysts report that while the Fed's current interest rate is still close to neutral, it may be unfavorable for risk assets in the current strong market environment. In other words, the market underestimates the possibility of further interest rate hikes, and investors should remain wary of valuation pressures in a high interest rate environment. And according to the quantitative market maker Wintermute, another company which is very good at making money，另一間好識得賺錢嘅造市商啦，就叫做 Wintermute。Points out in a report that fund flows are currently more noteworthy than simple prices or news， 即係都係講緊資金流同單純嘅價格數據比可能有時更加能夠幫助到我哋做理財決策，或者比起簡單嘅消息面而。Despite increasing short selling pressure, Bitcoin remains stable around 60,000. 67,000 with no clear bottoming signal yet. In the short term, attention should be paid to the wording of the new Fed chairman Walsh's speech. If it adopts a dovish stance and hints at weakness, it could stimulate a rebound in risk assets. If its tone is hawkish, it could further cool market risk appetite. And despite the US-Iran peace agreement, the conflict in the Middle East has not yet been completely escalated. Iranian leaders have warned of retaliatory action if Israel does not cease its counter-strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Reuters reports that while China's mediation efforts in the Middle East continue after Trump-Russia ceasefire. Reuters report that while China's mediation efforts in the Middle East continue after a Trump-Russia ceasefire, the potential impact of this geopolitical risk on risk assets cannot be ignored. And exchange. Binance announced it will delist it delisted all spot trading pairs for tokens, including COSD, High, and Mbox on 19th of June. Investors were advised to liquidate their positions as soon as possible, as this will significantly reduce the liquidity for these tokens. The US dollar index is hovering around 100. A strong dollar is putting pressure on risky assets. The US 10-year Treasury yield is stable at around 4.5%, and the free and greed index around 10, which is extreme fear, indicating low market sentiment. Overall futures open interest has recently rebounded, with major platforms like Binance and Bybit seeing an increase of approximately 3% in open interest, suggesting a slight increase in derivatives market activity. 24-hour trading volume is approximately 65 billion, with Binance accounting for nearly with Binance accounting for nearly 70%. According to social value data, back to social value. Bitcoin spot ETF spot the trend and traded net inflows on the eve of the first decision on 16th of June, where approximately 10.1 million in net flows at that time, with BlackRock's BTC ETF IBIT receiving a net inflow of 16.4 million. And at that time, Ethereum spot ETFs also saw net inflows of approximately 9.6 million, led by ETH with a net inflow of 17.3 million. A Bitfinex report points out that Bitcoin has rebounded 13.5% since falling to 59,200 on 5th of June, mainly driven by sell rather than new buy. The rebound has also been kept below 68,000, the quarterly opening price. Meanwhile, the opening of perpetual contracts created a bearish environment, where open interest decreased from a high of 90 billion to approximately 42.6 billion, and funding rates returned to positive territory, indicating that while spot demand was weak, leverage long positions were gradually being covered. This suggests that short-term price action will be volatile and unlikely to break through key resistance levels quickly. Also, according to Bitfinex analysis over the options market, the BTC's implied volatility is already higher than historical volatility, as we've previously mentioned. And if you look at exchange by exchange, the traders on exchanges like GRPO are significantly buying downside protection and upward stop, indicating that the market prefers risk aversion rather than directional betting. In the last week, in the middle of last week, and this aligns with the state of funding and funding rate and open interest. And currently, the regarding institutional and industry trends, AI computing power demand remains strong, with memory and semiconductor sectors performing well, such as SK Hynix, a stark contrast to the sluggish crypto market. Reports indicate that US energy and commodity stocks declined due to easing tensions in the Middle East, while traditional risk assets show mixed performance. Specifically in the crypto sector, miners are selling coins due to cost disadvantages, as we just mentioned, and institutions are temporarily halting their position increases, for example, some ETFs. A cautious strategy is advisable. Considering the persistently high US dollar index and interest rate environment, as well as the potential continuing conflict risk in the Middle East, the market remains risk averse, indicated by still a low fear index. It is recommended to continue monitoring key technical levels and event risks, like the PCE data and developments in the US-Iran situation. If Bitcoin breaks below short-term support levels like the 59,000, consider small-scale phase purchase of quality assets. Conversely, if data is positive and funds roll back, consider gradually increasing positions in low volatility blue chip coins, and be wary for short-term volatility and sudden reversals in market sentiment. And here are some important days worth mentioning in the coming week. Today, in the 20th of June, which is today, Saturday, Layer 0 EZRO unlocks approximately 25.71 million tokens, approximately 23.2 million, with a loose unlocking putting pressure on funds. And also on the same day, also today, Kaito unlocks approximately 76 million tokens, approximately 7.4 million US dollars. All this you may check that on tokenomics. And let me also show it down in the comment section so that you may review some second figures for references of your money management decision. And in the coming week, on the 22nd of June, Monday, there will be no major events in Asian markets, but the focus will be on the energy and technology sectors after the US market opens. And what we should really consider about is the like we've said on the 24th of June, there will be the release of the Micron financial report, and on the 25th of June, on Thursday, the United States will release the May PCE price index, which is the core preference indicator of the Federal Reserve. Initial jobless claims and revised Q3 GDP figures will also be released on the same day. This data directly impact Fed interest rate expectation. So regarding the future prospects of Bitcoin or the entire Web3 sector, personally I sense that Bitcoin is currently as a local low point. But from the trading structure, like we've mentioned about, when we do money management decision making, we should consider option Greeks, option metrics such as gamma, delta, and option flow also. The order flow of option, the money flow of option actually. And so how the future is likely to unfold is that at present the trading volume of IBIT, iShares Bitcoin ETF, exceeds that of Bitcoin, and the options trading volume of IBIT also surpasses Bitcoin. Essentially, Bitcoin has transformed into a commodity similar to those traded on Nasdaq, allowing individuals to purchase in a compliant manner without the need for exchange trading. And this is significant when you think about it in terms of the TradFi logic. Furthermore, an equally critical point is that the North American mining operations, which once contributed the largest portion of computing power, are now undergoing a phase of clearance. 即係頭先都講啦，如果啲礦工生產嚟都冇錢賺，即係冇理由倒貼咁樣生產。Consequently, the mining difficulty has been continuously decreasing, and this resulted in an overall reduction in the computing power. And the shutdown price of Bitcoin is diminishing at a rapid rate. The previously referenced shutdown price from prior bear markets, such as those around 10,000 to 12,000 or 55,000, may no longer hold substantial strength. Moreover, most mining machines are produced by the bitmap. Actually, there are multiple Bitcoin shutdown price besides the common consensus shutdown price. So what I need to point out is that while the daily electricity and operational costs currently sits between 65,000 and 74,000 per BTC for highly efficient operation, while pushing past 90,000 for older or less efficient mining rigs. Some institution or some clever guys who are explicitly intelligent in making money, they may have found ways to further lower the cost for electricity, and they may mine it in some regions or countries where the electricity is so cheap, such that they can still earn a profit by mining Bitcoin. 咁我哋頭先講嘢嗰個停機價咩66000啊77000啊，咁嗰個係一個佢唔係一個公認一個死嘅數字啊，佢只不過係講緊對於大多數礦工即係成個市場整體而言，你每個一粒 Bitcoin 大概要付出咁樣嘅一個電費成本。咁但係譬如有啲好識得賺錢即係佢哋揾錢好叻嘅人，佢哋會考慮到一個全球嘅資產分佈，即係佢哋會喺一啲電費平嘅地方去割 Bitcoin 咯。咁甚至乎有啲情況下，你可能喺啲平嘅地方我聽講你甚至可以用5萬美金電費都仲可以割到 Bitcoin。咁當然你要有呢啲半 insider， 即係一啲少少內線嘅情報，或者你真係識一啲官僚有啲關係，你先可以攞到一啲平嘅電去做呢個地域套利。佢其實都係一種地域套利嚟。What I say is that this is also sort of a geographical arbitrage. If you have some outstanding insights, if you have access to resources of cheap electricity, probably through some networking, through some relationships with bureaucracy, you may still find some very cheap electricity. And I heard about what I heard from some clever Bitcoin miners, they said that they still got they are still having access to some cheap electricity in some countries, such that they may mine a Bitcoin for around 50,000 in electricity cost, but that is some special cases. Just for your reference, the previously referenced shutdown prices no longer hold substantial strength, and for firms of this nature, selling Bitcoin may not be necessary. They likely regard Bitcoin as an outdated asset, justifying their actions. So most mining machines produced by Bitmain, establishing a strong correlation, while Bitdeer has already liquidated all its Bitcoin holdings at the beginning of this year. So these are the producers 你需要留意嘅一啲比特幣嘅生產者。Consequently, the entire cryptocurrency market is currently experiencing a bottoming out phase, which may yield unfavorable signals for the market. For newcomers, like the short-term holders, particularly those born post 2010, their entrance into the stock market could occur rapidly, and the technical aspects of Bitcoin may not hold much allure for them. They encounter distributed ledger technology, which even dates back to the 1990s, yet have grown up engaging with AI systems. Their formative years were filled with platforms capable of answering their questions through tools like GPT or Claude, and they may begin programming as early as age 5. Hence, they might not engage with Bitcoin's features and advantages. Consequently, the transition range for Bitcoin on the left side is extended. Although opportunities may exist, Bitcoin serves as a counterpoint to the global financial system, necessitating extra scrutiny. Given the current trajectory of the AI revolution, where time is of the essence, it is crucial to allocate time towards endeavors of great value. And what I also have to point out is that many smart kids, many smart Gen Alpha, probably you watching this live stream, are capable of creating so much great things, capable of greatness, and you may learn a lot of AI native skills, and you may learn AI in your early age, which gives you a great advantage in becoming successful or building a great success in your startup. 咁就係講有好多天才小朋友，好多聰明嘅小朋友啦，特別係一啲10後啊，一啲 Gen Alpha， 咁佢哋可能一出世就已經係生於一個 AI 嘅年代啦，咁所以可以好細個就用到一啲 AI 工具嚟去做創業咯。咁我會話呢啲10後嘅小朋友，佢哋係可能幾歲嘅時候就處於一個 AI 原生嘅時代，咁佢哋可以用到呢啲 AI 便利去促進呢個生產力，咁可能好細個就可以做到一啲好成功嘅企業，可以做好偉大嘅企業家，咁係一個莫大嘅優勢。However, Bitcoin is to experience another surge akin to those seen in 2020 or during the 2024 ETF phase. It may require a new narrative, and what I believe that narrative could be is decentralization, and while decentralization and democratic diligence believe that the issues within the entire American financial system could serve as a catalyst in the early 21st century. However, Bitcoin is currently too closely correlated with the American equity market or the stock market in general. A pertinent example is the MicroStrategy (MSTR). Should it be removed from Nasdaq, its stock price, which should currently be above 100, could potentially drop to 60 US dollars, putting it at risk of exclusion from the Nasdaq 100 index. In this year, there are numerous higher quality firms. If such an event occurs and MSTR is liquidated by passive funds, the potential outflow could range from 50 million to 1 billion, possibly driving Bitcoin down to the recent bottom. As for the emergence of another narrative, we may often find it interesting to predict the next narrative for money management, but it is quite challenging to predict. And currently, Ethereum chain is facing numerous difficulties, and its multiple phases have largely failed, leaving the entire blockchain and Web3 space in a state of collapse. Thus, the continuity of narratives becomes problematic, and even concerning the veracity of on-chain data. Hence, we find it quite challenging to pinpoint a direction. Nonetheless, we believe that if removing MSTR from the NDX and the Nasdaq 100 represent the final step from the left side, serving as a significant handoff point observable to market bears. While it is difficult to completely eliminate MSTR, it seems feasible that BMNR, formerly Speedmine, could face greater challenges in survival compared to MSTR. So now let's talk about the AWS Summit and the side event from Agentic AI to Physical AI. On the 18th of June in Hong Kong, AxBlade hosted an invitation-only in the previous week, AxBlade hosted an invitation-only closed-door event titled "From Agentic AI to Physical AI" during the AWS Summit. Initially, it expected that there might be 150 attendees, but Weebearn, I myself has been there, and I found that actually only like around 30 attendees arrived, probably due to the black rain。可能因為黑雨嘅關係，最後得其實30個人到參加 ，including founders, compliance officers, and investors. AI engineers are expected to gather to address an issue that the industry has been neglecting. As AI transitions from generating text to executing actions in the physical world, the infrastructures for verification, traceability, and accountability have clearly lagged behind the rapid advancements in capabilities. And so what is physical AI? Why is the accountability issue more urgent than it seems? What physical AI means is that artificial intelligence systems are capable of executing physical actions in the real world, beyond merely generating text or images on the screen, encompassing applications such as factory robotic arms, autonomous vehicles, autonomous driving, and surgical assistance bots. Once these systems malfunction, the intricacies of determining liability far exceed those associated with traditional software failures. The competitive focus in AI has shifted. The critical question is no longer whether a particular model can pass a benchmark test. Rather, it revolves around whether autonomous systems can be safely deployed in factories, vehicles, or hospitals without creating unaccountable risk. So at that time, the illustrator or the lecturer illustrated 3 real scenarios to point out the core of the problem. Consider at 3 a.m. an AI training bot executed an unauthorized leverage order in a disconnected environment. A surgical robot performed a cutting action on an assembly line. A humanoid robot made a made a contact decision leading to worker injury. These scenarios indicate a systematic failure. There is no credible record that can demonstrate who made what decision at what time, nor is there any evidence to confirm whether that decision remained within the established boundaries of authorization. Why are existing audit tools inadequate to address these issues? The current audit tools were designed to serve human-operated software systems and cannot reconstruct the complete decision-making chain of autonomous AI agents. This shortfall stems not from a technical limitation of the tools, but from a fundamental architectural issue. And a deeper challenge exists. Any accountability system relying on a single company server will inherit that company's interests and risks. Logs might be lost due to system failures, be written due to version updates, or disappear under legal pressure. When insurance companies, regulatory authorities, and robot manufacturers present conflicting accounts regarding the same incident, none possesses sufficient reasons to trust one another's server records as neutral evidence. Here, AxBlade is a Layer 2 public blockchain specifically designed for AI accountability through on-chain identity, proof of behavior (POB), proof of decision (POD), and zero-knowledge validation. AxBlade provides a trust infrastructure for autonomous AI systems that is verifiable, auditable, and accountable, covering a full range from digital agents to physical robots. AxBlade seeks to address this issue through a public blockchain model, an open permissionless execution environment where behavior proofs are anchored in cryptographic finality, rather than being dependent on organizational commitments or for self-reports. About this, the AxBlade position the event as a working session rather than a product launch, token event, or generic discussion on how AI will change everything. The core objective of the agenda was to allow practitioners who have already deployed autonomous systems in production environments to showcase and discuss genuine technical choices and business decisions, covering actual challenges encountered during deployment, unresolved compliance issues, and prioritization of infrastructure development. The initial expected attendees range from organizations such as AWS, NVIDIA, Y Combinator, Crypto.com, Roche, Pfizer, representing various fields including cloud infrastructure, robotics, technology, healthcare, and institutional finance. And there were two keynotes, one from AxBlade about the current state of protocols, instant data from test networks, and benchmarks for physical AI, and another keynote by AWS regarding the cloud infrastructure for verifiable AI execution. There are also 3 panel discussions about trends in AI infra financing, real-world deployment, and scaling from demo to production, and also to deliverables output. And we also participated in invitation-only closed-door private dinner and directed networking demo corner, where with instant verification of POB, hash proofs for robots, and EU AI Act compliance mapping. AxBlade does not manufacture AI models. Instead, the project aims to create an accountability layer positioned between the model and application layers via decentralized identity, DID, proof of behavior, POB, proof of decision, POD, and ZK proofs, enabling the actions of autonomous AI robots, AI systems to be independently audited and held accountable. This infra necessitates a specific form, a public blockchain, rather than a private database. Only when the ledger is permissionless and cryptographically secured can it provide a neutral basis for dispute resolution among multiple parties. AxBlade's design goal is high throughput behavior proofs Ethereum level finality, and a layer 2 public blockchain constructed around AI governance, not infrastructure driven by financial speculation. Every behavior proof is published on chain, and every assertion can be independently verified by any third party, eliminating the need to trust AxBlade or even any AI operators themselves. And the message conveyed by AWS during the AWS Summit Hong Kong is distinctly clear. The application of artificial intelligence is transitioning from initial experiments as a singular tool or within isolated departments to a comprehensive transformation period. This transformation necessitates senior management to radically redefine data, processes, permissions, and business models. For enterprises in Hong Kong, the true challenge lies in how to integrate AI into manageable, measurable, and scalable operational capabilities, rather than merely acquiring advanced models. Chris So, managing director of AWS Hong Kong, pointed out during a media briefing that while many businesses previously utilized cloud technology for digital transformation, they are now entering a new era defined by AI transformation. Unlike earlier adoption of cloud infrastructure, the comprehensive implementation of AI must consider AI architecture significantly impacting customers' experiences, or user experiences, employee productivity, workflow disrupting, and even the foundational logic of enterprise decision-making. Thus, AI transformation cannot rely solely on a bottom-up approach from technical teams. Rather, a top-down direction established by our management is essential to accurately determine which business scenarios warrant AI adoption. AWS Summit Hong Kong showcased enterprise AI and cloud solutions, illustrating the evolution of AI from experimentation to governance and scaling. From So's insights, it is evident that AWS holds a core perspective regarding the development trend of enterprise AI. The market is gradually advancing from the preliminary exploration phase to the scaling phase. In the initial stage, businesses primarily focus on testing chatbots, AI assistants, content generation, and basic automation to validate the feasibility of AI. However, as enterprises started deploying more AI applications, the management's primary concern shift. Companies begin to ponder how to effectively manage extensive AI applications and agents, how to strictly control access permission and ensure data security, how to accurately measure return on investment ROI, more crucially, how to seamlessly integrate AI into our core business processes and management decision-making. This evolution indicates that the inquiries enterprises face have shifted from what can AI do to how can AI be integrated into the corporate governance framework. This transition underlies AWS' strong advocacy for Amazon Bedrock and its agent management platform capabilities. For decision makers, AI has transitioned from being merely an innovative technology to a critical component of operational strength, necessitating simultaneous planning with risk management, information cybersecurity, and overall business strategy. In terms of challenges faced by Hong Kong enterprises, there is a high willingness to utilize AI, yet actual implementation encounters multiple obstacles. Crystal acknowledged that some local small and medium-sized enterprises (SMEs) still lack a clear AI strategy and harbor concerns regarding data protection, the delineation of permissions, and the controllability of AI agents' behaviors. Furthermore, the local supply of digital and AI talent remains relatively tight, causing numerous enterprises to feel unsure of where to begin. In response, AWS provided a practical suggestion during the Q&A session. Businesses need not to rush to invest heavily in GPU purchases, build expensive AI teams, or train large models from scratch. A more pragmatic approach is to start small, some money management advisors, money management insights for people with small capital. Initially selecting one or two high-value lighthouse projects to test, such as improving customer service efficiency, automating report generation, assisting in software development, or enhancing internal knowledge management, while setting clear KPIs to verify tangible benefits. Once companies successfully demonstrate the concrete returns of AI through a single process, they can more confidently expand their experiences to other departments and business lines. This flexible and gradual small-scale validation, large-scale promotion model represents the path many successful enterprises must take during their AI transformation. AWS, through its demonstration of Amazon Quick Desktop, illustrated how AI can integrate seamlessly into employees' daily work environments. During the media briefing, AWS emphasized the potential applications of this tool, showcasing through live demonstrations how to intimately connect AI agents, enterprise proprietary data, and everyday working contexts. The demonstration illustrated the system's capability to proactively coordinate across channels, integrating emails, collaboration tools such as Slack, calendars, and project information to assist employees in grasping meeting highlights, task lists, and relevant background context instantly. This demonstration reflects AWS' forward-thinking understanding of Agentic AI. The core value of AI lies in its robust memory management capabilities, allowing it to weave fragmented information from various independent systems into a coherent working experience rich in context. In terms of the competitive edge of enterprise AI, Dixon Yu, head of Partner Solutions Architecture at AWS Greater China, emphasized that the greatest blind spot enterprises encounter when applying AI often stems from a lack of context, rather than the inadequacies of the models themselves. Even if companies link all the emails, collaboration platforms, CRMs, ERPs, document systems, and calendars to a premier large language model, without context, AI would remain unable to discern who the project leader is, which contract corresponds with a key customer, or what decisions were made in a particular meeting. The presentation brought forth the concept of the Personal Knowledge Graph, PKG, illustrating the intricate relationships between individuals, projects, documents, customers, and activities, thereby enabling AI to truly understand the operational context within enterprises. From our management perspective, this insight conveys an important message. The future competitiveness of enterprise AI is unlikely to stem from the choice of a specific model, but rather from our company's ability to establish robust knowledge management and data linkage capabilities. Another critical technology highlight that corporate decision makers should pay attention to is the application of the Model Context Protocol (MCP) mentioned in the AWS Quick Desktop demonstration. AWS illustrated MCP through a scenario involving property and rental management, showcasing how enterprises can seamlessly integrate core operational data such as lease terms, tenant dynamics, and property assets into AI agents, instantly generating accurate analytical results and visualizations. The striking aspect of this case illustrates that for enterprises to unlock genuine business value, they must deeply connect their private data and internal APIs with AI agents, rather than merely relying on their ability to generate charts. Only when AI thoroughly comprehends a company's own databases, permission architectures, and standard operating protocols can it transcend the limitations of passive responding and ascend to being an active collaborator in execution. The Quick Desktop demonstration reflects AWS' sophisticated 6-layer AI technology stack. This architecture foundationally consists of globally distributed cloud infrastructure powered NVIDIA GPUs and AWS proprietary machine learning chips, Trainium and Graviton. The intermediary layer encompasses enterprise data integration, Amazon SageMaker, Amazon Bedrock, and a diverse range of foundational model options. Ascending further, the core service platforms focus on developing, deploying, and managing AI agents, such as Amazon Bedrock's agent core capabilities. Come into play with the uppermost layer comprising application layer services directly addressing specific business scenario needs like Amazon Connect. This modular layered architecture presents significant strategic ramifications for enterprises. We are no longer compelled to indiscriminately assign all business challenges to the largest, most expensive models available. Management can flexibly select the most cost-effective models, tools, and deployment methods based on varying business scenarios, operating seamlessly within a unified security, permission, and governance framework. As enterprises officially enter the scaling phase of AI application, the importance of agent management platforms will become increasingly pronounced. At that stage, companies will seek methods to securely and compliantly manage the identities, permission boundaries, operational records, and system monitoring of hundreds, if not thousands of agents, where the capability of any single model will be of secondary importance. And in summary, the core message from the AWS Summit Hong Kong is clear. The journey of AI deployment for enterprises has officially moved beyond merely trialing models and is entering the phase of establishing organizational capacity. Future commercial competitiveness hinges on a team's ability to efficiently integrate complex data, manage internal knowledge judiciously, radically re-engineer processes, and create effective governance systems for AI agents, rather than focusing solely on the performance ranking of a singular model. For many enterprises in Hong Kong, the most formidable challenges often lie in resolving long-standing issues of data silos, knowledge loss, and fragmented process, rather than merely selecting a model to purchase. Only by steadfastly establishing a solid foundation rather than exhausting resources in a competitive race for foundational model development, the region should harness its unique advantages as a pivotal gateway for bringing in and going out, actively fostering enterprise-level AI, fintech AI, and various cross-border application solutions, while leveraging its strong connectivity to international markets and the vast industrial sharing of the Greater Bay Area to accelerate the commercialization of innovative technologies. In succinct terms, the divide between premier and middle-career companies in the future will not depend on the powers of AI models themselves. The critical determinant will be whether weak organizations possess the audacity and foresight to seamlessly integrate AI technologies into our knowledge bases, business processes, and organizational cultures. In regard to options trading within the US stock market, a key focus of money management involves analyzing unusual options flow. For example, if you observe that an individual bets on a company with a market value of 12 billion by purchasing 10 million in call options that expire in approximately 3 to 4 days, what could be the rationale behind such a decision? We may simply deduce that this could imply some insider trading or suggest that the trader possesses considerable intellect, possibly sort of a smart money wallet. This observation allows one to investigate the activities surrounding the company or the smart money, including any public relation announcement that may be forthcoming. Recently, a money management strategy has evolved tracking options flow to explore some firms, individual stocks, Twitter, and official websites to ascertain their current initiatives. Additionally, some similar firms may encounter analogous challenges. So many companies consult strategic firms that frequently assess the actions of their peers in the same industry. Consequently, if one company shifts its focus, it is probable that the other, those peers will similarly pivot in that direction, just like in the academic. A salient concept in the context of rising stock prices in the US market is valuation reshaping, wherein a previously laggard company undergoes significant updates that elevates its status. For example, when Bitcoin mining transitions into a AI data center, it can become highly valuable in under a bear market in crypto, but a bullish market in under a bearish market in crypto, but bearish market in crypto, but bullish market in stocks. When a Bitcoin mining firm or Bitcoin miner transition into a data center, it might become more valuable under such a circumstance, and resulting in substantial increases in its stock prices or its equity price. This forms the core of a fundamentals arbitrage strategy or options flow strategy. So this options flow methodology utilized to sift through the unusual options money flows begins with examining options data and capital flow to identify sectors or some individual stocks exhibiting significant transaction anomalies. And you see that all earning methods, all money management methodologies begin with anomalies in the data, especially in some time series data. When you detect these unusual signals, these anomalies, we may analyze the sector and conduct fundamental analysis or research on these companies to determine whether these industries are experiencing growth and whether those narratives are gaining traction. Following this, we may utilize technical analysis to identify optimal entry points. Given the current market, which has been substantial gains and rapid turnover, it is crucial to observe changes in stock positions, as these often precede shifts in narratives and news. Option flow analysis is particularly well suited for retail investors under this market regime. 即係喺呢一個市況之下，我哋可以做嘅就係一個期權嘅現金流、期權資金流嘅理財分析。咁包括就係我哋可以先洞察一啲喺期權資金嘅異動啦，即係從 anomaly 入手，然後揾出相關嘅從產業去到從產業分析到行業分析行業嘅個股啦，我意思係咁分析完行業嘅個股之後，我哋再喺結合翻傳統技術分析去揾一個理財嘅切入點或者一個進場位置同埋資金倉位配置。This money-making strategy or this saving strategy resembles the decision-making process of some traditional securities trading desks. However, the introduction of AI has drastically reduced the need for numerous analysts, as we've experimented with BQuant. Risk management oversight and has minimalized communication costs, allowing a single individual to handle these tasks effectively. Such a sensation for any options trader can be remarkably accelerating. Initiating a position today and witnessing gains by the next market open creates a profound feeling, and options facilitate this experience. through delta. The month of June, so this month presented numerous occurrences that could significantly influence both the industry and microstructure or the liquidity, including Nvidia's reduction in capital expenditure (capex), Oracle and SMCI's issuance of new debt and equity, the premiere of Watch on the 18th of June, Micron's earnings report on the coming 24th of June, and adjustment to the semiconductor index weighted stocks. These factors altogether could result in a considerable fluctuations in major stocks, prompting our hypothesis, I guess. One could question why long-term traders or long-term investors may overlook these elements, as they frequently induce significant pullbacks totaling up to 10% in drawdown. Might the approach be to position in constituent stocks reflecting M2 broad money supply? If so, why don't you just invest directly in an ETF? Moreover, particularly following the AI boom or AI revolution, changes are occurring at a breakneck pace, with many companies experiencing rapid alterations, as illustrated by Intel's unexpected decline and near acquisition by AMD. An individual constantly dollar cost averaging into Intel might encounter unfavorable outcomes, just like our friend, our groupmate in the Weebearn anime community. The trend is your friend, or the Frapu. So if you're dollar averaging, you are DCA Intel, you might encounter some unfavorable outcomes throughout a long time previously. Although results could be satisfactory for long-term investment in companies like Micron, Sandisk, and Nvidia, the sustainability of such a prolonged long-term investment strategy remains questionable. Therefore, we have entered an era where individuals must encompass everything from industry research to trading within our portfolio management. The current market environment is more suitable for short-term traders, although seeking medium to long-term allocations might find it less appropriate, since market anomalies tend to be rapidly reflected. So for the sake of our money management, it is essential for us to employ options trading or at least options data analysis along with gamma flips as indicators to assess individual stock performance and express a significantly bullish outlook on storage assets such as DRAM and HDD. Let's first dissect the composition of money management methodology over the use of options metrics or option data. You probably use options, have been using options for money management and you probably will use options for money management when you grow up. And when you grow up and engage with options as a derivative instrument, probably focusing on cryptocurrency derivatives, the practical experience will be remarkably rewarding, providing a sense of clarity and understanding. Weebearn, I myself recall my experience of master thesis of implied volatility with deep learning-based PD solvers, which marked my introduction to options trading and options pricing. In the early days, my schoolmate and I became acquainted with Deribit, a well-known cryptocurrency options exchange. And where on Deribit, a plethora of data is available, including commonly referenced metrics such as GIL, implied volatility, and the discrepancy between IV and historical volatility. These metrics reflect the sentiments of professional or institutional traders rather than those of retail investors. As a result, after examining these indicators, we may more accurately depict the authentic market conditions, or the sentiment at least. The insights of professional traders into market dynamics often surpass those of retail investors. Now, under the era of blockchain, you may spot the money management operation, or you may trace all the transactions of these professional smart money. In the context of the US stock market, this phenomenon is particularly pronounced. It is widely recognized that the trading volume of options in the US stock market approximately matches that of the underlying equities, with options typically holding a significantly greater nominal value, roughly calculated as 5 to 7 times the underlying assets value. This information is readily observable. Therefore, through the analysis of these options, one can uncover numerous insights that are generally invisible from the perspective of retail investors. The same market structure also goes for the Indian market, I think. At that time, if you recall our previous live streaming in Chinese, we've mentioned that James Street also utilized the market structure in India, where its options volume is much higher than the spot volume, and its option market depth is also deeper than the spot market depth in India, and therefore you may therefore they conducted some arbitrage strategy. Some of us probably have engaged in cryptocurrency options trading, like on Deribit, and you may also have utilized Deribit for options trading during the period when Bitcoin experienced volatility and a downtrend, a bearish trend. The money management strategy involved consistently operating as seller while increasing our exposure in digital assets, increasing our beta. So let's briefly talk about what we perceive as the primary differences in the use of decentralized crypto options as compared to those centralized or even US stock options, along with their corresponding advantages and disadvantages, or how do we believe how we effectively combine options and perpetuals, which could be which would enrich the fruitful money management experience for retail investors. This has indeed been a hot topic of recent discussions considering various centralized exchanges regarding perpetual contracts and even options contracts in the context of US stocks or tokenized US stocks. Unlike the 24/7 trading environment in untokenized in a traditional stock market, in circumstances where significant stocks such as Tesla is poised to decline dramatically overnight, the difficulty arises in the execution of trades. When such events occur in pre-market hour, it becomes challenging for brokers to adeptly facilitate trading due to the existence of perpetual contracts. This situation grows more complex when dealing with lesser known stocks valued around $10 billion US. Questioning the availability of sufficient market participants to counterbalance trades. The linear profit and loss dynamics of perpetual contracts complicate the search for corresponding liquidity providers, which is one critical aspect. Secondly, individuals who have ventured into the US stock options typically find it challenging to revert to trading perpetual contracts or future contracts due to the comparatively greater nonlinear returns provided by options. Additionally, exchanges tend to incentivize users to engage in full margin contracts. The profitability of such contracts raises concern. Presently, Bitcoin and Ethereum represent two of the few cryptocurrencies that allow for a relatively fair speculative engagement, characterized by minimal volatility. Retail investors may find themselves without a significant competitive edge, particularly when employing extreme leverage such as 75 to 100 times on Bitcoin, a strategy that proves difficult for consistent profitability. Moreover, it is essential to note that the substantial distinction in the primary user bases. Crypto options are predominantly utilized by institutional and professional traders, while US stock options are primarily held by retail traders whose positions can be considerably large. In crypto options trading, survival often depends on employing sophisticated strategies, such as covered calls, straddles, and put selling, as opposed to merely speculative plays. This reality often leads retail traders to seek outsized gains but results in minimal income generation through crypto options. The objective of participating in crypto trading is not limited to the modest annual return of 30 to 40%. Furthermore, the types of options available in the on-chain sector are generally restricted to Bitcoin and Ethereum, with limited offerings for currencies like BNB and Doge. Despite their smaller volume and market penetration, in contrast, the US stock market provides opportunities during earnings seasons and FOMC meetings, resulting in larger movements based on substantial market events. The transparency of the US stock market facilitates access to comprehensive information, including options data that greatly influences our trading strategies. Therefore, after experiencing US stock options, most traders find it difficult to revert to crypto options trading. Talking about money management, we should also analyze the central banking decisions, not only from a conventional perspective, but rather also through the lens of political maneuvering and relationships associated with Trump to speculate on Wash's potential actions. Here, our money management analytical framework is informed by our keen observations aimed at discerning the actions of institutions and smart monies or professional traders while minimizing the noise, white noise signals probably generated by retail investors. Last time, in our last live streaming, we talked about the US interest rate and the style of Kevin Walsh. So the new chair of the Federal Reserve is approaching their first, has already done their first Federal Open Market Committee FOMC meeting. And currently the market consensus, and let me open the CME Group Fed Watch for you again. The primary focus, however, remains on what Kevin Walsh will articulate, with institutions predicting a removal of dovish language and outlining his proposed reforms for the Federal Reserve. If Walsh clearly conveys his stance and reform direction today, the market may fully absorb any negative implications in the short term. Conversely, if his remarks are ambiguous, uncertainty will likely increase, putting pressure on the market. So the newly appointed chair of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Walsh, has articulated propositions that could be perceived as slightly negative or weakly bearish in the long term, specifically over a 20-year horizon, including the strategies of balance sheet reduction and diminishing clarity in foreign policy statements. This approach may emulate a strategic ambiguity often associated with the Chinese context or the Chinese DNA, potentially leading to increased uncertainty, increased entropy. However, optimistically, it might indicate also an intention to mitigate the historical tendency of the Federal Reserve to exacerbate market volatility, exemplified by the phenomenon where every public address is scrutinized for hints, often leading to memes such as I don't know if you heard about the meme that whenever the former chair of the Federal Reserve, Powell, say good morning or just conduct a greeting, people will analyze his emotions, sentiment, his what he's going to say using language model and facial recognition model, and the price of the US stock market go spikes or goes there may be sharp volatility when Powell offers a speech。我唔知大家有冇聽過個 meme 啊？嗰個以前好興嘅迷因就係前任鮑威爾每次一上台發言嘅時候，咁都會拉天地針嘛，啲人就會預估佢講咩啦，可能用一啲LM 啦，或者會睇佢口型嚟估佢之後會講啲乜嘢，然後個股價就會出現好大嘅波動。咁我就認為新任嘅 Kevin Walsh 其實都想改變呢樣嘢，或者大家可能都有聽過以前有個笑話就係即係老一兩輩嘅可能大家嘅父母可能都有同大家講過，就喺上世紀90年代歷史上唔記得咗邊位即係上世紀90年代即係我哋上次講嗰位Alan Greenspan， 咁啲人咧就會睇佢嗰個公事包有幾厚啊。咁如果佢個公事包厚嘅話，啲人就會覺得佢會講好長篇大論嘅演講啦，關於加息啦。但係如果佢個公事包係薄嘅，係唔係好脹嘅，咁就代表冇乜重大事件啦。咁其實就係呢個笑話。咁佢其實就係想降低聯儲局對市場嘅干預、對市場嘅波動嘅影響。咁呢個其實都係符合我哋自由主義啦，尤其係古典自由主義嘅理念啊，或者奧地利學派嘅古典自由主義理念啊。This resembles the Austrian classical liberal ideals of classical liberalism. So as to minimize the interference of the government and advocate for laissez-faire economics。即係我哋古典自由主義啊，或者 in general 我哋自由主義嘅理想就係最小化政府嘅干預啦。We advocate for the invisible hand of the market。我哋會提倡就係由市場嘅無形之手去主宰，而唔係有一啲極權或者有啲政府嘅干預。咁呢個亦都係奧地利學派嘅自由主義者嘅理念，比較符合。The newly appointed chair of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Walsh, has articulated significant positions for those unfamiliar with, including the reduction of the balance sheet, a decrease in the clarity of the Federal Reserve's policy statements, and a reevaluation of inflation metrics. Consequently, under Walsh leadership, the Federal Reserve's external communication may shift from high transparency to intentional ambiguity. If this occurs, the market will shift to rely on more on the economic data itself as a reference for money management decisions, rather than merely following the guidance provided by the Federal Reserve. 就等我哋市場啦，即係我哋理財學家或者我哋投資者多啲去依賴於經濟數據本身去做理性嘅判斷，去做我哋嘅理財決策，而唔係盲目去追隨聯儲局嘅指引。The market trajectory will become more and more data dependent， 即係其實都係等我哋更加數據導向咯。我哋要做一個data driven 嘅理財策略。In the long run, we can anticipate a decline in market liquidity and a rise in a risk-free interest rate, which is the traditionally viewed as the constant R. Traditionally viewed as our benchmark or the baseline for measuring income as zero. This increase in the discount rate for assets, particularly for high PE growth stocks, is likely to lead to significantly amplified drawdown pressures over time. Interestingly, the notion of a negative impact on the market economy does not necessarily conflict with the concept of government intervention, as assistance programs such as startup funding in Hong Kong also represent a form of interference. And as I've mentioned that the approach or the ideal of Kevin Walsh may suggest a tendency towards the philosophical ideal or philosophical outlook of the Austrian school. Furthermore, in the long term, relinquishing debt back to the market could foster a healthier economic environment, according to our liberalism. In summation, this perspective indicates a long-term reduction in risk-adjusted income for individuals. 即係大家長遠而言，你哋嘅風險調整後收入會少咗啦，因為個 R 個純數大咗嘛。While in the short term, the prevailing sentiment within the market anticipates stable interest rate through June and July. 即係市場都預期短期之內個利率喺6、7月都係維持穩定嘅。With a potential increase occurring later in the year. Simultaneously, the Treasury's entry into a spending cycle will likely enhance market liquidity. 即係美國財政部正喺度進入緊佢嘅支出嘅週期啊，呢個亦都會增長到市場嘅流動性。In terms of interest rate hikes and cuts prior to this, Powell displayed a relatively independent stance, aiming to maintain the Federal Reserve's autonomy. However, Walsh may not necessarily embody that same role. On one hand, when we conjecture Trump's underlying motivation, it becomes somewhat amusing. What is most significant to Trump? Most people believe that the yield on US Treasury bonds holds the utmost importance, and presently, the US government has accrued a substantial amount of national debt, Treasury, with the most directly impactful concern for Trump being T-bills, which require interest payments approximately every 1 or 2 months. If interest rates on US Treasury bonds are increased, this is something he would experience very acutely. Therefore, within his fundamental economic framework, he would categorically reject any possibilities of rate hikes. For instance, a 0.5% increase directly translates to an additional 0.5% in the interest payments he must make monthly, which is a tangible concern for the government. Given these circumstances, advocating for his own policies would become more manageable. Thus, we may contend that for him, for Donald Trump, President Trump, the potential for interest rate hikes is a non-negotiable principle. Prior to interest rate reaching their current level, he will not tolerate any increases. Even if the Federal Reserve of Walsh proposes a rate hike, he might employ various administrative measures or Twitter or on his exposed to exert pressure. While it is often stated that the Federal Reserve operates independently from the White House, he still possesses a certain slight degree of influence. Moreover, Weebearn I must address a significant perspective related to Nick's role as the whistleblower on Wall Street. It is crucial to note that if the intention is to reduce the Federal Reserve communication, predictive statements, and the provision of market expectations, the dot plot and frequent public statements would need to be diminished. Consequently, each time Wall speaks publicly, it could carry a greater significance, eliciting sensitive market reactions to its actions. Walsh reminds another meme from the 1990s, where at that time, the chairman of the Federal Reserve was Alan Greenspan, and there was an indicator related to the thickness of his briefcase. If it was thick, everyone knew he was about to deliver an extensive speech that included a rate hike. Conversely speaking, if it is thin, it likely indicated no major issues. This leads us to wonder that Walsh might also use a somewhat vague and ambiguous approach to manage expectations regarding interest rates. And in the current interest rate environment, with declining oil prices resulting in lower inflation expectations, there appears to be limited justification for raising interest rates in the short term. The increase in gold prices raised our concerns regarding the market. Speaking of gold, I have another money management opportunity to share with you guys. Have you heard about the class? Actually, I have shared this opportunity on our Discord group, and let me share with you now. While the previously, while the price of the gold increased at the time, catcher. The price of catcher still remains unchanged, and so we may also consider some arbitrage opportunities or buying some cheap catcher. Okay, back to our main topic. The increase in gold prices previously raised our concerns regarding the market if the trajectory is not toward raising interest rate, but rather to maintain or could this suggest that gold might present an opportune trading opportunity? Where early this year or last year when the price approached 6,000, discussions about gold diminished, just as our sentiment analysis methodology or social heat trend methodology suggested. However, recently, when the price has increased from 4,000 to 4,300, we must clarify a specific time frame. When during the previous previous 2 months between March and the 1st of June, this month, the behavior of gold was quite peculiar, as it experienced a continuous decline and did not demonstrate its typical safe haven characteristic. This can largely be attributed to the already significant associations with the Strait of Hormuz. Numerous Middle East Gulf nations may have been. Let me take a phone call. Alright, back to our discussion on interest rate. Yeah, talking about the gold, the current market environment of the gold. You may consider arbitraging it between the price dynamics of Carter and the gold itself. And should the situation in the Strait of Hormuz stabilize and negotiation with Iran progress, it may result in a safe export of oil, allowing those Middle Eastern monarchs to retain more gold. Additionally, it's noteworthy that the Central Bank of Mainland China has increased its gold holdings consistently for over 16 or 17 months, and has done so around 70 months. One might wonder why there is continued accumulation in light of gold price decline. This is indeed fascinating, as it reflects a contrarian purchasing strategy for the Central Bank of China. Nonetheless, Weebearn believe that the fundamental nature of gold remains unchanged, provided that geopolitical stability in the Middle East is maintained. Gold is likely to gradually regain its characteristic as a safe haven or a store of value, just like Bitcoin, or a store of value like Bitcoin. Moreover, if gold continues to rise during a market uptrend, this evokes significant concern for us. The instruments utilized for hedging in such contexts are typically defensive stocks, such as Walmart, McDonald's, and Coca-Cola. These kind of value stocks or utility stocks, alongside VIX or SQQQ. By examining the overall OI along with the fluctuations in put and call volumes, and the changes in both total volume and implied volatility rank, as well as its skew, one can discern that the market is now fundamentally defensive over the commodities market, even amidst over the gold market, even amidst upward movements. This leads us to conclude that the individuals driving the current market momentum are primarily retail investors, rather than institutional entities. Retail investors can be easily influenced by market orders. Historical observations show that instances where retail traders engage fervently, as with Nokia and BlackBerry, have resulted in diminished recent performance. In discussions across social media platforms, conducting sentiment analysis concerning smaller market capitalization stocks, increased participation typically leads to pronounced price volatility, resulting in poor stability. Let's talk about another report from SemiAnalysis. Here, let me share the link. According to the reinforcement learning training report conducted by SemiAnalysis, the link is too long. Maybe you can just go to his website and then search for the recent few papers. Coding assistants represent the most significant B2B SaaS application to date, with a market value at over 30 billion in annual recurrent value (ARR) among the 6 leading players, and projected to surpass 100 billion by year-end, according to their tokenomics. The advanced coding functionalities of these assistants do not arise solely from pre-training. Rather, post-training methodologies, particularly reinforcement learning (RL), are essential in unlocking these capabilities from pre-trained models. Specifically, Claude Opus 4.8 achieves scores of 69.2% on SWE Bench Pro and 74.6% on Terminal Bench 2.1, with RL training significantly contributing to these outcomes. Dario Amode, CEO of Anthropic, articulated that reinforcement learning demonstrates a similar scaling effect to that of pre-training, indicating that performance increases logarithmically with the duration of training. Nevertheless, this scaling is highly resource-intensive, thus emphasizing the importance of RL system efficiency, which dictates the extent to which RL can be utilized and consequently influences the potential of model capabilities. What factors determine the efficiency of an RL training system? We represent the semi-analysis present the results of the semi-analysis presented the results of RL training experiments conducted on open models utilizing open source RL frameworks, and provided a cost comparison with hosted RL training solutions, such as Tinker, the Tinker machine. Their findings indicate that the system efficiency is fundamentally based on aligning the throughput of the trainer and generator. The open source reinforcement learning training system comprises three primary components: a generator, the RL environment, and the trainer. The generator conducts inference on prompts from the dataset, thereby generating what is referred to as a rollout, which consists of a prompt alongside the corresponding response produced by the model. In contrast to the pre-training phase, during this process, the data solely provides prompts and do not complete targets, necessitating that the system itself engenders the training signal. In order to produce rollouts, the generator engages with the RL environment, which in turn evaluates the raw and assigns a reward. For instance, in a coded environment, the generator code is executed within a sandbox, where reward scores are awarded based on the success rate of the test cases. Subsequently, the trainer collects the rollouts and associated rewards provided by the generator and proceeds to train the model, thus generating new model weights. The process is conducted when the trainer forwards the new weights back to the generator, thereby completing the cycle of an RL training step. In terms of the RL algorithm, it has been established that RL training diverges from pre-training, as it focuses on maximizing expected rewards rather than log likelihood. The prevalent approach is the Group Relative Policy Optimization (GRPO), an open source standard utilized by most open-weight models in some variant form. GRPO involves sampling multiple completions for each output for each prompt, thereby creating a group of rollouts. Each rollout is assigned a reward, which serves as a score for that rollout. The advantage of each rollout is then calculated based on its reward in relation to the group's average score, revealing how it performed relatively to typical rollouts for the given prompt. Rollouts that exceed the average receive reinforcement, while those falling below are suppressed. In scenarios where a uniform reward is granted to every rollout in a group, each rollout scores equivalent to the group's average, resulting in zero advantage and consequently no training signal. This phenomenon is dictated by the range of rewards within the group. A group imparts knowledge to the model solely when its rollouts exhibit varying behaviors. An extreme case occurs with a uniform distribution manifest, typically when task is either excessively easy with every rollout succeeding, or unduly challenging with every rollout failing, resulting in a solve rate nearing either 100% or 0%. Transitioning from synchronous to asynchronous RL strategies, traditional policy grading methods, upon which GRPO is predicated, assume that roles within a group originate from an identical policy, sharing the same weight configuration. In the framework of the training system, this stipulation implies that the generator is unable to modify weights until the entire current batch of rollouts is completed. Just like batch training in traditional supervised learning, this leads to a synchronous training generation process, or parallelization, which significantly diminishes system efficiency. To address this limitation, PipelineRL introduces asynchrony into the system, permitting the trainer to implement new weight updates to the generator, even while rollouts are still being processed. Term in flight weight updates. This improvement enables the overlapping execution of the trainer with the generation of rollouts. Nevertheless, this approach introduces complexities, as a sample assessed by the trainer involves both a rollout and the respective reward assigned by the RL environment, with in-flight weight updates in effect. Each sample is generated from a mixture of our data and current policies, a situation referred to as policy staleness. The findings of PipelineRL affirm that our algorithms can withstand a degree of policy staleness. However, excessive staleness can hinder model learning. The classical synchronous execution consumes an inordinate amount of computing resources, making it impractical for scaling. Conversely, asynchronous techniques become pivotal. Essentially, PipelineRL operates as a framework for matching throughput while maintaining a bounded policy staleness, enabling the trainer and generator to progress at varying speeds, limited by how stale samples are allowed to become. This characteristic has resulted in PipelineRL emerging as the prevailing implementation in open-source RL training. In relation to the RL environment and its sandbox, it acts as a medium providing feedback necessary for the model's learning process, typically implemented as a sandbox, a containerized running environment for code execution. Reinforcement learning environments can vary in complexity, ranging from basic firecracker micro virtual machines to comprehensive QEMU virtual machines. Sandboxes tailored for RL environments encounter unique challenges regarding system performance. The latency involved in interactions between the generator and the RL environment is crucial for determining overall raw latency, with sandbox startup latency identified as a significant overhead. Companies specializing in sandbox services such as Moat strive to optimize startup latency through methods like content address caching. Challenges also arise when scaling measurements. The efficiency of sandboxes must adapt alongside the increase in concurrent rollouts, leading to fluctuations in the number of active sandboxes as rollouts are either pruned or concluded. Moreover, reliability against system failures is essential within sandboxes. During the learning process, unexpected behaviors exhibited by the model can strain the designated resources of a sandbox. Content address caching. Reliability against system failures is essential within sandboxes. During the learning process, unexpected behaviors exhibited by the model can strain the designated resources of a sandbox. An instance of such an occurrence might involve the generation of an excessive number of files, leading to a memory depletion within the sandbox. Consequently, sandbox orchestration systems need to be capable of detecting and recovering from such failures. So the semi-analysis conceptualized the RL training system as functioning like a queue, wherein the generator creates rollouts that are fed into the queue, while the trainer draws from it. In instances where the generator's speed lags behind that of the trainer, the queue depletes, resulting in the trainer being left idle between training steps. Conversely, if the generator operates more rapidly, the queue expands, resulting in aging samples and potential policy staleness complications. To evaluate system efficiency, semi-analysis match the producer, generator, and consumer trainer throughputs. Ideally, in an efficient RL training system, the consumption rate by the trainer should approximate the production rate by the generator. As the trainer consumes samples, executes the training step, and subsequently communicates the weight updates to the generator, they measure the time taken for these operations, accounting for idle periods waiting for new samples, the actual commutation time, and the time taken to send weight updates. From this data, semi-analysis derive sample throughput, that is, the samples over the commute time, to represent the rate at which the trainer consumes sample. Likewise, the generator produces samples through interactions with the large language model and the RL environment, with the slowest role in a group dictating the overall completion time of that group. By analyzing end-to-end latency, we may establish average sample throughput as representative of the generator's production capability. Diving further into latency, we may differentiate into LLM inference time and the time required for interaction with the RL environment, which also includes startup and execution time of the sandbox. Numerous factors influence both the upper and lower bounds of throughput. The consumption rate by the trainer equates to the number of samples processed across the time taken for a training step. Key factors that influence the sample count encompass group size, typically represented as capital letter N samples per prompt, where an N is commonly 8 or 16, depending on task difficulty. N may be escalated to enhance the advantage signal with configurations such as N equals 64 employed for tasks like GPU kernel writing. Larger group sizes contribute to an increased sample count during each training step. Just like reward distribution and advantage filtering, the reward distribution within a rollout group directly impacts the sample average. Suboptimal distribution reduces the effective sample count across varying filtration strategies. Task difficulty also plays an important role, as overly simplistic or excessively complex tasks may yield uniform distributions of rewards, all zeros or all full rewards, resulting in zero advantage, and thus decreased sample counts. Just like in the decision tree in a traditional simple machine learning, where we optimize the entropy. An essential minimum effective batch size is necessary to promote stable learning. Generally, the trainer is deployed across a sufficient number of GPU nodes to accommodate these batch sizes. Several factors also influence the time required for each training step. First is the model architecture. The model's design, including size and operational precision, dictates memory consumption, establishing the minimum number of GPUs required for forward and backward passes, also affecting training step duration due to variations in the computations executed on the GPUs. The second one is the degree of parallelism and memory configuration. Various methods such as tensor pipeline data, expert parallelism, fully sharded data parallelism, memory offloading, and activation checkpointing, affected by the number of GPUs, impact both system efficiency and the training duration itself. From the generator's perspective, production rate is defined as the number of rows concurrently being processed in relation to the end-to-end latency. And also, factors impacting end-to-end latency include inference throughput, optimizing for the inference engine through training approaches related to parallelism, KV cache quantization, PD disaggregation, and speculative decoding. The second one is the sandbox latency overall, both the time taken to start up and execute the sandbox. The third one is the reward modeling type. Appearances either involve lightweight verifiers for mathematical encoding tasks, or LM judges for writing tasks, affecting the evaluation latency of rewards. Lightweight verifiers execute rapidly, while LM judges are typically slower. And reward shaping. That's how That's how our agents nowadays learn. The reward shape, the process reward models may evaluate rewards each step, whereas other models may do so only at a complete reward, influencing latency for reward assignment. Concurrently, quantified as the volume of simultaneous rewards is limited by KV cache memory and average sequence length. The total memory capacity of generation nodes, including model weights and activations, provides space for the KV cache. The maximum number of tokens the generator can maintain is contingent on this capacity, divided by the average sequence length. It is notable that not all generated samples are necessarily utilized by the trainer, attributed to discrepancies in training signal quality. As a result, we may further define the effective generator production rate as the product of the acceptance rate and the generator production rate. Influences on the acceptance rate encompass early pruning. Rows may be preemptively pruned based on heuristic length limits, failure functions, or intermediary verify assessments, dynamically altering the number of concurrent rows. Adaptive sampling. Rejections of rows may stem from various criteria, including online advantage filtering. Policy staleness represents the temporal gap between the policy version responsible for producing a sample and that employed by the trainer during gradient application. This outcome arises from asynchronous training scenarios whereby the trainer implements rate updates whilst rollouts are concurrently being generated. Several levels of staleness can manifest. At the trajectory level, it indicates the differential between the policy under which the rollout began and the updated policy incorporated by the trainer. Revealing a time disparity, T plus K versus T. Token level staleness arises when mid-rollout weight updates assign distinct policy versions to different segments of a single rollout. Environmental state level staleness occurs as expected later in the context of partial rollouts and stateful sandbox design. Stateful sandbox design. The existence of policy staleness implies that the trainer manages training on samples that lack conformity to the current policy, which can destabilize the training trajectory. To mitigate such risk, the semi-analysis established a policy staleness budget, which delineates the permissible level of sample staleness, essentially how much the generator is allowed to advance relative to the trainer before samples are disregarded. This budget effectively regulates the disparity in production rates between the generator and the consumption pace of the trainer, allowing the two elements to operate asynchronously yet remain coordinated. The policy staleness budget concretely restricts the maximum variation between the consumption rate of the trainer and the effective production rate of the generator, thereby delineating allowable steps ahead of the trainer in the training process. In examining model capabilities and behavior, both elements play integral roles as system variables in the domain of RL training. Model capability, indicated by the rate of successful task completion or solve rate, directly influences the effectiveness of the system, with low or high solve rates leading to uniform reward distributions and diminishing advantages, thereby collapsing reinforcement signals. This dynamic influences critical considerations, such as the appropriate size of groups and filtration strategies for advantages, as well as the curriculum designed to engage the model. The chosen curriculum aims to maintain a balanced solve rate, engaging tasks that neither exceed nor fall below the model's optimal capacity. The behavior exhibited by a model in its token usage influences output length and indirectly impacts the maximum number of concurrent rows the generator can facilitate. Our training frequently prompts chain of thought reasoning, which can cause a model to produce extended reasoning phrases, ultimately resulting in a larger average output. Hence, under a fixed memory budget, this extended usage can constrain concurrent rows and elevate end-to-end latency in sample generation. The frequency of tool calls made by the model further affects the overall time span within the sandbox, as increased interactions necessitate more processing. Unforeseen operational demands from tool calls can further test sandbox infrastructure resilience, with relevant metrics including both the volume of tool calls and the error rate associated with sandbox performance. It is significant to recognize that both model capability and behavior evolve throughout the RL training process. Model capabilities generally improve, while behavioral patterns exhibit drift. The training system must remain adaptable to these evolving constraints to ensure optimal efficiency throughout the learning process. PrimeRL exhibits commendable user ergonomics, allowing users to execute the majority of commands using UV and configure setups within the configuration files. Additionally, PrimeRL provides agent skill files that facilitate the utilization of AI agents with enhanced fluidity during interactions with the repository. On the subject of this system design, the presence of an orchestrator, actor for the management of the trained generator dynamics is appreciated. The environment hub is particularly valued, and there is anticipation for its ongoing expansion. PrimeRL employs Torch Titan for the training process, VLM for generation, and a proprietary Prime Sandbox for hosting reinforcement learning environments. Furthermore, it accommodates PD disaggregation for the generator, significantly enhancing performance in agentic reinforcement learning training. In summary, the codebase is streamlined and incorporates many cutting-edge techniques. Nonetheless, several challenges were encountered. The substantial dependence on UV, a common environment. UV presupposes a high level of familiarity, which may not be the case for all users. This is you may hold a different point of view. Actually, this point I think is controversial. A considerable amount of time was spent on compiling and reinstalling Flash Attention 3 due to confusion over its uninstallation by UV. It is recommended that Prime Intellect enhance educational resources regarding the functionalities of UV, in addition to providing documentation that outlines commands that should be avoided. That's all. Actually, the environment we've previously installed for Hermes agent, I think. While PrimeRL is designed to operate on a Slurm cluster. It mistakenly assumes that jobs are executed on bare metal rather than utilizing pipes. During experiments, a mismatch in CUDA library versions for the deep GEML libraries was encountered by the semi-analysis. Resolving this issue would have been simpler if jobs could be run in containers. And here illustrates the value of containers. Additionally, numerous attempts failed attempts were attributed to failures within the prime sandbox. The difficulties encountered in deciphering the error messages generated by prime sandbox, which tend to occur later in the execution, posed challenges. Various issues included ongoing sandboxes consuming sandbox quotas, and errors related to resource shortages or running out of credits, the majority of which could be diagnosed prior to initiating a run. Given that Prime Sandbox is still in beta, improvements are anticipated in forthcoming updates. Gratitude is extended to Prime Intellect for support. Slime is recognized for its clean and minimal abstractions, delivering on its promises. The whole abstractions offered by Slime are particularly valuable, allowing for the creation of customized functions for processing rollouts, defining reward mechanisms, and developing metric logging tools. The clarity of the function signatures and contracts simplifies the integration and addition of new features during the development phase. And furthermore, the semi-analysis also thank the friendly and supportive demeanor of the developer team behind Slime is noteworthy in this report. The core maintainer Celine has provided valuable assistance regarding configuration tuning and design inquiries. However, a point of contention remains concerning Slime's emphasis on collocated mode, resulting in limited documentation pertaining to asynchronous modes. The distinctions between asynchronous and fully asynchronous operation, alongside the mechanism of partial reward, were primarily discerned through trial and error. An enhancement in documentation on these subjects is desired. Moat boasts excellent API documentation, which was frequently referenced while implementing the sandbox integration within Slime. The clarity and helpfulness of this documentation is acknowledged. Throughout the experiments conducted by semi-analysis, Moat demonstrated robust performance under small-scale conditions, with the creation and termination of sandboxes being executed efficiently. The Moat team has exhibited a commendable approach to support, particularly through the provision of API credits during the early stages of efforts. Additionally, the collaboration with Moat Slime integration team comprises Peyton and Nan, yielded valuable advice and feedback on experimental outcomes. The primary challenges associated with Moat arose when multiple concurrent sandboxes were created. And as mentioned previously in semi-analysis report, instances of dead initialization errors and extended startup latencies were observed. It is suspected that this may have been attributable to the misuse of the API rather than a fundamental limitation within Moat, but the exact cause could not be identified during training. Subsequently, engagement with Moat led to collaborations aimed at pinpointing the issues, which were determined to be connected to resource limitations on the account of semi-analysis. Following an increase in the resource limits, the stability of high sandbox concurrency was verified. Reproduction code appreciation was expressed for the responsiveness of Moat's developer team in response to inquiry by the semi-analysis. with hopes that further sandbox observability tools and enhanced documentation on scaling sandbox operations will be available in the future. The introduction of DeepSeek R1 initiated a concerted effort within the open source community to replicate both the algorithm and the underlying infrastructure. An early initiative among these efforts is OpenRHF, Open Reinforcement Learning Human Feedback. A comprehensive RL training framework that implemented policies such as PPO, Reinforce++, and subsequently GRPO. OpenRHF significantly shaped the development of later RL frameworks. A number of maintainers from OpenRHF later contributed to the creation of widely used RL frameworks, including Slime and Verl. These frameworks have fostered active communities within China focused on reinforcement learning training, which semi-analysis argue has had a favorable impact on recent advancements in Chinese large language models. Moreover, these open source frameworks have facilitated academic researchers in developing novel algorithms and techniques, thus making reinforcement learning research more attainable within academic circles. Semi-analysis extended their gratitude to Kai Chao, who was instrumental in VLM's OpenRHF, Verl, and others, for providing insight into this history. Semi-analysis assert that genuine collaboration and knowledge sharing, rather than adversarial competition and information consumer, serve to advance scientific progress. In summary, the efficiency of reinforcement learning training systems is intrinsically linked to the health of the queue. Practices such as oversampling, early pruning, and partial rollout govern the inflow into the queue, while adaptive sampling and policy staleness regulate the outflow, allowing for in-flight weight updates that enable a trainer and generator to function at varying rates. The challenges of RL training are equally systematic as they are algorithmic in nature. In this article, semi-analysis concentrated on the system aspect, elucidating the interconnectedness of system and algorithm designs, and substantiating these concepts with empirical experiments. Semi-analysis aspires for this discourse to spark interest in our infrastructure and to forge connections between our algorithm researchers and system engineers. And they intend to further investigate the systems and infrastructure involved in our training in the forthcoming publications. These will include an in-depth examination techniques such as PD disaggregation and speculative decoding, as well as the systematic challenges associated with the large-scale RL training, exemplified by the training of Nemotron 3 Ultra. Additionally, semi-analysis are exploring the benchmarking of Sandbox infrastructure and the analysis of model rollout traces. For individuals interested in contributing to these topics, semi-analysis invite you to apply. You may reach out to them at letsgo@semianalysis.com. Semi-analysis, like Weebearn, encourage posing any inquiries regarding this article. And also in its concluding session, semi-analysis provide a total cost of ownership TCO analysis of our training, comparing it with their reinforcement learning training platforms Tinker. They quantify the greater cost efficiency offered by Tinker and formulate hypotheses regarding the underlying factors contributing to this efficiency. And after a short break, we're going to talk about the Japanese Junrei High or carry trade risk issue. Since the commencement of the year, Japan's financial markets have displayed a paradoxical interplay characterized by robust Japanese equity performance, a depreciating yen, and increasing yields on Japanese government bonds (JGBs). This situation indicates that although the equity sector has reaped benefits from structural reforms and accompanying policy measures, both the currency, that is the yen, and bond markets are facing challenges due to escalating fiscal pressures and risks stemming from imported inflation, which is still the longing issue in the previous previous time or in the last year. Here let me highlight the basic characteristics for newbies or for beginners to understand the Japanese market. So as the cost of imports rises, the Bank of Japan (BOJ) has indicated that an inclination towards a defensive monetary tightening ahead of a prospective rate increase in June. This situation prompts a crucial inquiry: could Japan's shift towards monetary tightening precipitate further unwinding of carry trades? This spotlight dwells into two principal indicators: the Japan carry risk ratio and the yen commitment of traders (COT positioning index), to evaluate the prevalence of carry trades and the associated liquidity risk inherent in the current market positioning. Exploring two fundamental indicators, the carry risk ratio and yen COT positioning, the event that typically lead to the unwinding of carry trades exhibit two prominent characteristics. First, unexpected increases in financial costs, such as those resulting from surprise rate hike. You may also check these indices in a micro. Why is the internet still lagging? Yen commitment of traders, COT positioning index, and Japan carry risk ratio. These are two money management indicators that you may consider. Unexpected increases in financing costs, such as those resulting from the surprise rate hikes by central banks or overtly hawkish policy communications. The second events that typically lead to the unwinding of carry trades is that a sudden deterioration in global risk sentiment, which leads to increased volatility. Events classified as black swan (hatingo) can elevate demand for safe haven assets like the yen, consequently amplifying forex loss for those engaged in carry trades. In situations where either of these scenarios occurs, the confluence of pressures from interest rates and exchange rates can compel investors to engage in large-scale deleveraging, sell foreign assets, and repurchase yen. Historical instances of carry trade unwinding transpired in 2018 and 2024, causing significant disruptions in global liquidity. To appraise the potential risks associated with another unwinding scenario, let's focus on these two indicators. The first is the Japan carry-to-risk ratio. This essential metric assesses the attractiveness of carry trades by calculating the ratio of the US-Japan interest rate differential to the yen's implied volatility. A high ratio suggests that investors can secure greater spread returns with an equivalent level of volatility risk, thereby enhancing the risk-reward profile for yen carry trades while simultaneously heightening the risks associated with potential disruptions. The second indicator is the yen COT index. This indicator conveys the volume of short positions in yen held by large traders within the futures market, serving as an auxiliary measure to gauge the degree of crowding in arbitrage trades. A surge in net short positions, illustrated by a downward plunge of the index of the bars, indicates an overwhelming market expectation of a weak yen. Should a rate hike materialize, this could incite a stampede risk where short sellers may be compelled to rapidly cover their positions. Conversely, a moderate level of net short positions implies that the market is not excessively crowded, and that the risk associated with a rate hike initiating an unwind is relatively contained. Historically, a spike in the Japan carry-to-risk ratio tends to draw substantial capital inflows into carry trades, resulting in a concurrent expansion of net short position within the yen COT index. So, will this BOJ rate hike trigger liquidity risk again? As Japanese interest rates have progressively normalized and anxieties surrounding fiscal expansion have escalated, JGB yields have sharply risen while the yen continues to experience depreciation pressure. This combination has indirectly resulted in a contraction of the US-Japan interest rate differential over recent years. Concurrently, heightened volatility in the yen has diminished the economic allure of yen-based carry trades. Consequently, the motivation to engage in such trades is markedly reduced compared to previous periods. At present, the Japan carry-risk ratio hovers near its long-term historical average, indicating that the market has not significantly accumulated new leverage carry exposures. Though speculative capital continues to establish short yen positions in the futures market, the current COT net short positioning is just beginning to rebuild when contrasted with significantly larger short positions recorded in early 2018 or August 2024. Given that the foundational position buildup remains limited, the market is devoid of the necessary fuel for a substantial short covering squeeze. In the absence of significant leverage accumulation, it becomes challenging for a substantial deleveraging cycle to materialize. Given that positioning concentration is below critical thresholds, the market retains an adequate buffer even if the BOJ proceeds with a rate hike or should the yen experience a technical recovery. Under such circumstances, the risk of a chaotic liquidity event driven by forced short covering appears to be comparatively confined. The BOJ currently confronts a complex policy dilemma. On one hand, ongoing depreciation of the yen is exacerbating inflationary pressures from imported goods. On the other hand, surging long-term JGB yields are heightening apprehensions regarding fiscal sustainability and prospective interest burdens. We foresee the BOJ implementing a 25 basis point rate hike in June as a precautionary policy measure. Nevertheless, considering the constraints imposed by the overarching economic landscape and public finances, the central bank BOJ is likely to maintain a cautious considering future rate increments and the pace of balance sheet normalization through reduced bond purchases. As long as Japan is unable to significantly narrow the US-Japan interest rate differential via more assertive rate increases, fiscal limitations are likely to restrict any meaningful appreciation of the yen. In the immediate term, markets are anticipated to remain characterized by a robust Japanese equity market, elevated JGB yields, and a weak yet range-bound yen. Unless there is a shift in this broader macroeconomic context, the repercussions for global financial markets are likely to remain relatively limited. if we npx at mcp dot glass node, it will automatically configure the auto detects your install clients like Coco, Cursor, Fiscal, Codex, or more, and corrects them, and configures them. There are 9 available agents, and you may install it in all available agents. And let's proceed with the cursor. We have to first reinstall cursor or open code. So let's try the open code. There's a open source coding agent. Here's the installation procedures. You can just curve SSL to install the opencode.ai install bash. And here are the package managers. You may run npm ig opencode AI latest. You don't need to install all of this, and you may only choose the Linux one. Like if you are using Windows, you can use scoop install opencode or shortcut install opencode. While if you are using Linux, brew install anomaly code is recommended since it's always up to date. I just choose the suitable operating system. And also in terms of model layer, we may try, if you have enough good hardware, you may try downloading Olama and have some local large language model. Or we have to install Homebrew again. If you see that it cannot access OPT Homebrew, BinBrew, then you may have to reinstall Homebrew again. Installing Homebrew is simple. Just bin bash and then install it with GitHub. Homebrew supports macOS, Sonoma 14 or newer, Linux, and Windows subsystem for Linux, WSL, which we're using. So you may think that think of open code as an open version of open code, as an open version of closed code, and these closed code, cursor, and open code they are suitable for project management, and they are more native to a repository, to a repo. Just like when you use Visual Studio or Kimi. Okay, and maybe the connection is there may be some anomalies to the connection. And now we may run these commands to add homebrew to our path. And install its dependencies. You may also diagnose here shows that our system is ready to boot, which means we have installed homebrew successfully. Now let's try installing OpenCook. Also helps us to install few dependencies for OpenCook. An open source AI coding agent. And you may also install a desktop app, a beta version through Scoop. Scoop Bucket and Extras. Scoop install extras. OpenCook desktop on your desktop. If you are using macOS, like some of our friends like Gura and casters in our community and Flatbook, you may brew install cast OpenCook desktop. The installation script respects the priority order for the installation path from OpenCook installer, the custom installation directory, and then to the XDG base directory specification compliant path. The third priority goes to the home /bin, which is the standard user binary directory. And the final goes to the home and then .opencook/bin, the default fallback. You may automatically run a suitable LSP for LLM, parallelly run multiple agents in the same repository. You may also share any stages, share the link of any stages for others to get reference to or debug for you. you may use it as a desktop IDE extension or a terminal interface. After installing, just type OpenCode, just like we type Herms, and you can run it. And if you have if you have launched OpenCode successfully, you may enter its TUI, terminal user interface, and start using it. Type in /models, and you may view some free models. It features Mimo v2.5, Nemo Tron 3 Ultra, North Mini Code, DeepSeek v4 Flash. All of these are free. You may also use auth login to log into your OpenAI or Anthropic Call API, and or just connect. And you may also use the set of models from Zen, which is recommended by OpenCore, and high quality models under test. You may first create your directory for your repository, and then cd to that path, and then execute OpenCode. Typing in it, I will guide you through the agents.md and setup. So here it will generate a OpenCode repository, OpenCode directory for storing repository vectorized indexes, and self custom defined commands. I will also scan through the code structure of the current directory and generate an agents.md, a markdown file for recording the repository information. Under OpenCode run loop test, you may view the agents.md file. Here it says that the directory program files WSL is a Windows system directory. WSL binaries, DLLs, local files, not a code repository. And since there is no source code yet, we may create one. So let's start with mkdir. let me think of a path for our new project. You may also install an extension, install and configure all my open code. Just type directly as a prompt into open code, and it will fetch role.github user con maps. We haven't used Claude yet. We'll figure out some alternative pathways to get access to purchasing these subscription later on, since there's no formal access for Hong Kong people yet. We'll just skip through this. If there's something not installed yet, it will install it for you. For example, if it find that you haven't installed all my open code, it will install all my open code for you. And use your tab to set up. Allow. So here we have installed all my open code and configure. Yes, GPT-5 Nano. we may find the opencode.json in config opencode. Here you may find a JSON-C file. And maybe we try adding a UI UX for Max skill. Is an AI skill for designer. Do you have any idea for utilizing open code? Please drop us a comment, and we'll read through the comment and with our heart, and then we'll have professional teams to reply to your comment. Again, this is Weebearn, 短暂闲台, which literally means a otaku money-making channel dedicated to nurture entrepreneurs, vtubers, capitalists, and business owners among secondary school students. So if you are interested in generating wealth and or becoming a VTuber, please feel free to join us, and here is our ACG community on Discord. We'll continue our Money AI reading miscellaneous live streaming tomorrow.